Morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Wednesday, February the 8th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help me. Thanks, Mr. Keith and William. So got off to a nice start for me this morning. I haven't done one of these in a long time. First of all, I haven't taken a pre-market trade in a long time. And I certainly haven't taken anything under $1 in a long time. And I just said, you know what, do it. Just do it. This was still under $1. Normally, I would have waited for the dollar break, but I just said, just do it. What's the put a fairly tight stop on it? And I'm talking about the CELZ. I took it at it's basically 94 cents. I took some off at 110, and I took most of my balance off. I think it was 135. And now I'm just hanging on to see whether or not there's going to be any more oomph once this market opens. But I'm out most of it anyway. What a great percentage increase. If you look at the weekly chart, the next highs, again, I'm not saying it's getting there, is what, 188? Well, again, I did a couple of things that I don't normally do. Take a pre-market trade and also take a trade before it broke $1. But I looked at the news and thought, you know what, let's just say, so received institutional review board approval to proceed with this clinical trial for the treatment of type, et cetera, et cetera. So you know what? I usually take a pass on these, but I thought, why not just do one and see what happens? And boy, and there we go. Tank, are you in the room? Because I know Tank said he was going to take Uber through earnings, and he said, and so he's a happy person this morning. Uber earnings play, guys. Uber earnings play, UBER. So nice reaction to earnings for Uber, and Lyft has earnings after hours tomorrow. Okay, Lyft. So Lyft in a sympathy play right now with Uber, of course, but they also have earnings after hours tomorrow. Give me a moment, please, guys. I've got to do one thing. Just give me one moment. I'm going to answer somebody. Give me one moment, please. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Just wanted to answer somebody. All right, so we've got a lot of earnings plays, guys. I can't go over them all, but I'll talk about a few of them anyway. We have other plays also. EVAX. EVAX is not an earnings play. EVAX, EVAX. And let's see, surges 25% in preclinical data for mRNA vaccine, okay, for cancer. So there's a nice pop for EVAX. It's pulled back quite a bit though, 268, right back down to 2. Here is the latest in the nonsense. JG. I think traders are starting to get wise to this. So it can only take so much of this. So there's JG. So what do they do? Plans to integrate Chat GPT into JPush. Big Deal. Okay, so anyway, popped up to 120, probably go back to nothing now. Well, Mike, there are people there. If you give me, I'm gonna private message you. Give me your email address, okay? And I'll just indicate that you've been looking for answers. I don't see any email from you though. I was checking the emails. I don't see anything from you. I'll just pop it in. There are people there now. So Man U in the news again, guys. Man U has Qatari bid interest. Okay, Man U, big pop hip up here. We haven't seen Man U for a while. ZH is a continuation from yesterday. ZH, continuation from yesterday. FTNT is an earnings play. FTNT is an earnings play. So Mike G, I just sent you a private chat. I don't know if you can see it. I just need your email address, and I'll pop that into our support area and see what they can do for you. Okay. FTNT earnings play, guys. Big pop up here. Look at this. What a taking all this out. Here's a financing. Hopefully nobody was in this one overnight. SINT. Has done a financing. Looks like the financing is at 560. So this is way below the financing price. Okay, I'll just pop your email address in there and I'll see what happens, okay? Hey, I just, yeah, it's possible that maybe they're answering you, it's going into spam. I mean, I know you said you checked your spam, but I know we've been having some issues. Anyway, I've just popped the email into our support and let's see. I didn't see anything though. I have to admit, I did a check. I did not see anything. Yeah, Capri is CPRI. CPRI is an earnings play also, CPRI. Yeah, so they say they have no open tickets, Mike. Yeah, they say you have no open tickets, so it's possible it's not getting through. Well, if you post whatever your concern is here, I can copy and paste it and maybe they can take a look, okay? Just okay, to continue, guys, LUMN is an earnings play on the way down. Ooh, boy, this is an all-time low. And there was some, well, I call it trolling. There was some champion trolling going on with BBBY by Wedbush. You know, they put a price target of 0 yesterday. They've raised their price target now to 25 cents. I love it. Perry is another earnings play, PERI. PERI is another earnings play, gapping down. EQNR is another earnings play. This is gapping up. Tapestry, TPR, Old Coach. Tapestry is another earnings play, a little gap down for Tapestry, TPR. Also, I saw Tiva at the beginning. I don't know if Tiva is still gapping down. EVA. Let's see. So this is an earnings play. This is an earnings play, actually. And their CEO says they've settled with most U.S. states to settle their opioid issues or lawsuits. So Mike, are you going to copy and paste something so I can pass that on so I'll know I know they're going to get it? Okay, guys, what time is it now? 9:13. So I'm going to do a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Okay, manageable list for both, not too many of either. So let me get some of them in here. A firm called Redburn is upgrading a bunch of the airlines, American, Delta, and United. All right, now I'll get the downgrades in. Okay, see, agro's got a couple of downgrades, guys. JP Morgan and Morgan Stanley. I actually typed it in twice, so take a look at agro when I stop this. And also Hain has got a couple of downgrades from JP Morgan and Piper Sandler. Let's take a look at agro. First, let me get the upgrades into the main room, upgrades and downgrades into the main room. Morning, YouTubers. Oh man, maybe sales is not over yet, guys. I still have a little piece left just in case it does something really crazy. 180, I mean, that'd be fantasy area for CELZ. Okay, what was I talking about? AGRO. Let's take a look at AGRO. A couple of upgrades. Sorry, downgrades. Downgrades. I think JP Morgan and Morgan Stanley. And Hain also. About the same two. One of them, Morgan Stanley. Right, so JP Morgan downgraded them from neutral to neutral with a target of 21. Okay. And Hoth, guys, Hoth just showed up here too. I didn't have it on my list, but it just showed up as I was doing the work here. So HOTH, and yeah, this is another crazy low float, HOTH. And so they actually did have some news. Okay. A lot of times this thing just moves with no news at all, but they had some news. It's an Alzheimer's play, HOTH. And again, a very, very, very low float, 721,000 in the float. Yeah, I saw there was an up, Harry. I saw there was an upgrade for RCL. Sorry, RCL. I was lost my train of thought there. RCL, the cruiser that had earnings yesterday. Now I didn't even realize that the market ended up so high. Because I shut down around 320. But what a crazy day we had yesterday. If you're here, take a look at the SPY in a 15-minute chart. So Jay Powell started to talk right here, popped up, and the market sold off, and then came right back up. Hey, Pepe, are you in the room by any chance? Time is at 9:18. Then what was that build that you gave me a while back that seemed, because I may have to go back to that build. Was it 0.2 or 5.2 or whatever it was? 4.2. You know the build I'm talking about? Because I may go back to it because I think my charts were a lot better then. And if you've got that hanging around before the market opens, I might just do a switcheroo. Well, with sells, I mean, listen, I saw this. I got out actually really early my time today. I was up at 3:30 my time. And so I actually did see this move here, and I did not take it until here, 94. And I rarely do I do that. Usually I would wait for the $1 break. And I thought, you know what, just do it for a fairly tight stop on it. And in this particular case, it worked, but I did not get in at the very beginning. It would have been really, I don't know how quickly it was moving, but right here at the 93, 94 cent level, it kind of paused for a bit. So I thought, okay, I'm going to hop in, and that's where I took it. Now, will we see 49 cents again? I have no idea. I mean, understand this is just I mean, it's a low float, 13 million, not as crazy as we've seen in terms of the float being low, but and look, it's only phase, what is it? Yeah, I mean, they're given the approval to proceed with its phase 1, 2 trial. I mean, that's all it is. So it could easily just give it all up again. Is it 5.6.21? I don't know. I just don't know, Pepe. Sounds familiar, but don't worry about it. I mean, I'm anticipating that my charts are going to slow down though as we get going here, and I'm just I go back to a previous version that where the charts were not as slow. I will do it. Well, if that is your question, Mike, yeah, I mean they are aware that these charts are loading a little more slowly than usual. They are aware of it, so there's nothing. If that is your issue, then there's nothing they can say really that says just do this. Be like right there, and we're only still in the pre-market, so a reset will help. But I mean, sometimes you got to reset several times. You know, I don't like if it only reset a couple of times a day, that would be no big deal. But anyway, they are aware of it. Okay, I'm going to try that build just to see if there's any difference. See if there's any difference at all. So I'm just going to load that. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just loading a new version of Trade Ideas. Hmm. Well, that didn't work. Pepe, what'd you do to me? It didn't load. Normally it loads my last, anyway, we'll see. I'll load my layout now, but normally it loads the layout. Hmm. Okay, guys, what time is it right now? 9:25. I've got 5 minutes to try to fix, excuse me, try to fix this. Yeah, you know what happened? It went back to the previous version. Oh well, that's okay. I'll deal with it. All right, anything else sneaking in here, guys? Let's take a look at NEWR. NEWR. There's no scanner for imbalances at the open. No, only imbalances at the close. JA, and I think it's just New York. Configure, search, imbalances, IMB. Yeah, New York, buy and sell imbalances, and that's only at the, I think at the close. All right, guys. So market's going to open in less than a couple of minutes, and CELZ not quite dead yet. I'm surprised. It just wouldn't load the way I'm going to keep. I'm going to do it later on, maybe if I'm experiencing this chart lag still, just to see. Dash is on the move, guys. Also, Dash on the move. Okay, guys, we have less than a minute for the market to open. So Dash actually pretty interesting here. It is through the 200-day moving average. Not a lot of volume right now. It's not an earnings play, but it is through the 200-day moving average, DASH. Really? Okay. What time is it? You know what? I'm going to do it anyway. I'm going to try one more time. I'm going to save my layout. Going to try one more time. See if I can get that to do. And what are you using? You're using 2-1? Okay. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I just want to load another version. I really want to test this. Okay, let's see if this launches now. You see what's happening, Pepe, is not, yeah, skip. Okay, let me see if I can now. Oh, I see what it did. Okay. Okay, maybe we're good to go. All right, guys, let's see. All right, guys, VFC is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. It's an earnings play. It's early, of course. VFC, it is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. The next low is looking left, looks like around 26. Too early for me to take this trade. And I'm really going to pay attention again to my 10-day daily breakout. It was a spotty day yesterday. Hey, just give me a moment, please. Okay, so Manu just showed up, and I don't like it. It's too rumor laden. So MANU just showed up on the 10-day daily breakout. We would look for something a little bit different. Yeah, so I'm not seeing a tremendous improvement, Pepe. Are you running docs also? The other thing I might do is just get rid of all my docs. You are okay. Hmm. And they see how I don't like to take these trades right off the bat. So VFC got down to 26.66 and it popped right back up to 27.35. So I like to wait 15 minutes or so. Okay, guys, look at the nonsense here. JG probably go right back down to here, 80 cents. All they did was put out a press release saying, you know what, we think we're going to also do some AI work. But I think the market's getting too wide. Well, wise. Don't want to call the market wise, but you know what I mean. We can only take so much of these stupid companies, little companies saying, "Hey, we're going to put Chat GBT into whatever we're doing." So they put out a press release. The stock pops. Wouldn't that be funny if that was it? So you know what? I'm going to get rid of. Oh, you know what? I'll play around with this for a while. Of course, in this version, of course, I'm not on a development version either, so I'm going to have to. All right, guys, look at AI now. Look at AI. I mean, a legitimate AI play, I guess we'll call it, but look at AI. You know, if it takes out to yesterday's high of 27.38, I think, could get rolling again. Well, if you've got shorts for Best Buy or Bed Bath and Beyond, I don't have shorts. Yeah, no shorts still. There's yesterday's low of 288. So AWIN, I guess this was a IPO a couple of days ago. IPO or a SPAC. I think this might have been a SPAC. It turned into AWIN. Yeah, that on the SPAC. Hey, you know the one I also LICN had an interesting move at the end of the day. I thought maybe this was the China IPO of a couple of days ago. Look at the move it had at the end of the day. Got all the way back up to three, and then after hours it got up to four. I thought, maybe because the IPO was at four, maybe today it might have a run, but nope, not yet anyway. CELZ is not giving it up yet, not quite anyway. Yeah, I don't see any difference in the loading, so I may just go back to the other version. Okay, so give me a moment, guys. I'm just going to load another version of Trade Ideas. Another 30 seconds or so, I should be up and running again. All right, guys, that's it for me and cells. Just watching over here. You got that 130 mark, so that's it for me and cells. Okay, Fresh is an earnings play. FRSH is an earnings play. High 2 days ago was 1775. So if it can clear that, the next high is 1869, I believe. I am not on mute. Anybody else have to do a refresh? So Mark, when you say how do you fix the chart, what specifically are you talking about? Fixing it? Okay, what's the market doing? So the market is trying to put in an initial green candle. Really? Well, that's a little strange. That is, when you say gray lines only, what exactly do you mean by that? I'm not sure I know what you mean. I'm unable to, of course, to duplicate that. So, boy, that Microsoft guys, yeah, Microsoft with their foray into this AI, competing with Google, vertical, really. Let me give you a chart on my end, and let's just and so cells is no problem. CELZ is no problem. It gives you their candlesticks. Okay, but if you, what if you just type in cells again in a chart? What happens? Look at Carvana, guy, CVNA. Now, CVNA 2 days ago, the high was 1459. So if it takes that out, then the next high is 1623. Well, just go to a chart, left click on the chart, and you just start typing. Left click on a chart, and when you start typing, the change symbol box should pop up. And you can click on change or hit enter on your keyboard. That should change the chart. Okay, so left click on the chart and just start typing. Now, if left clicking on the chart and if you start typing and you don't get the change symbol box, for some reason on some systems, if you left click and then hit the space bar, the change symbol box will pop up. Tigo guys, TIGO. I saw this one. I did see this one in the pre-market. What is the reason? February 10th pre-market looks like unless they have pre-release. No, it doesn't look like it. I don't see any news on it though. I don't see any news on it. All right. Well, okay. Go to just, I mean, it shouldn't be, but if you right click on the chart, right click on the chart, okay, and go to select chart style, make sure candlesticks, I mean, though it shouldn't be a gray anyway, but make sure candlesticks is selected. It's just as a start anyway. So again, right click on the chart, go to select chart style, click on that, and then when it says chart style, make sure candlestick is there, number one. Okay, just give me one moment, please. Hmm. All right. Now we're talking about something I cannot help you with. The only thing I can suggest is reloading trade ideas. Okay. Try to just do a reload of trade ideas and see if that cures it. I know it's a bit of a pain, but the other thing you might want to do instead of doing that at the beginning, go to account and do a reset connection first. Okay. And if that doesn't help, then do so again, go to account and then reset connection. If that doesn't work, then try just reloading trade ideas, exiting, save your work, exit, and then reload and see if that cures it. Okay. Hmm. Or try, yeah, as Pepe is saying, maybe try reloading. Yeah, look at AI guys taking out that high of yesterday now. And this looks, a resurgence again. So the next high looking left is back here, that 30.92. All right, let's see if this AI can hold that 27 and run from there. Well, I'm on mute for you, Grumpy, but not for others, so I don't know what to say. And you can't hear me, so. Just a quick check. Most can hear me, right? I know in YouTube you can, and probably in Discord where I'm talking about the main room. Just want to make sure that most can hear me. All right, so all right, gap down and reverse a little bit here, guys, with the Tiva. Now, Perry is an earnings play. Perry is moving down on earnings, PERI, moving down on earnings. The next low looking left is 29.71. Here's a cheap one moving down. Oh, wait a minute. Fresh, FRSH, 1790. That came from the That came from the 10-day daily breakout. KD came from the 10-day daily breakout, 1551. Let's take a look at it. KD. Ooh, this is interesting. It's an earnings play. Look left on the weekly chart. This has got a lot of room. It looks like KD looks like it's got a lot of room. Kindrel Holdings, don't know them at all. Data processing. Not much more I can do. All right, guys, AI is right back up over 27. Let's see if it really moves from here now. KD on the move, guys. KD is on the move. Right there, 1551 on the alert. And it did happen at 9:45, so that was sort of in my time frame. Oh man, if you got shorts for Bed Bath and Beyond, this looks like it's just going to crater again. KD guys, KD. Remember I was saying I really want to take a look at these 10-day daily breakouts. It didn't really work yesterday, but this, this fit the bill because look, there's really no resistance at nearby. Look at that weekly chart. Is it earnings playing? Yeah, big challenge to take out 16. And as somewhat predicted, look at the JG. Oh man, if this takes out 16. Okay, I've taken some off the KD in case it cannot get through 16. You know me, it gets close to a whole number. So again, if you're unfamiliar with this, there is the don't repeat version. This is the repeat version. So every time KD makes a new high, I see it here, but this is the first time we had the alert. It fit my time frame. I don't like to take the trades in the first 15. So the alert came in at 9:45 plus 57 seconds at 15:51. I got in around 15:55 and I've just taken some out at 15:90. And just in case it cannot get through that whole number. So you can get that from my homepage, JW. I'll give you my homepage link and you can head to the scan section. So if you click on my homepage link, you want my scans, click on my homepage link and scroll down until you see scans right here. So here are the two races. And here are the 10-day daily breakouts and breakouts and breakdowns, okay? And other scans here. MGAM, okay, let's take a look at MGAM. Haven't seen that one for a while. Yeah, MGAM on the move here. A lot of, well, I can probably see it right here. Yeah, right here in the race. A lot of volume coming in. Look at the volume here, 500,000. The volume is 594. So all the volume's right here in this second 15-minute candle for MGAM. HOTH tanking now. Oh, it is shortable. Wow, can't believe it. 48,000 shares. A little too late for me to do it. I had no idea HOTH was shortable. 721 down to $4. Wow, look at HOTH, guys. This is showing that showed up at wow 414 on my 10-day daily breakdown. So it's just underneath 4 right now. Oh man, 319 is the next low looking left, 305 or so, next low looking left. Okay, guys, AI right back up. Can it take out that 2750 and start to move? I do not have TCAT, so you have got a different You've obviously adjusted a filter, TCAT. Why wouldn't it show up for me? Probably minimum volume, or sorry, minimum price. I think we talked about that before, didn't we? Yeah, I have a minimum of $2. So, okay, well, hey, that's a great move. What is your minimum? 50 cents or something? This is what we're talking about here. TCAT not showing up for me here because one of the filters I have is a minimum volume, a minimum price of $2. So you can see TCAT is here, and Rob adjusted mine, and I don't know, maybe even put 50 cents. I don't know. Low volume? I don't know, Stuart. It's got 1 million shares. I don't think that's low volume. Okay, guys, sorry, I'm just keeping an eye on this AI. It's once, no, TCAT wasn't, yeah, this is one of those NFT plays, wasn't it? Ah, here we go. Okay, so I think TCAT is, yeah, investing is full of froth because the crypto bros are coming in. Okay, I don't see TCAT here, but wasn't TCAT an NFT play way back months ago? I thought this is this halted? It looks it's not even moving right now. TCAT. Well, it's not halted. Okay. 31 million in the float, so it's not crazy low. Certainly not high, but it is not low. All right. Well, the KD did not, as I didn't predict it, but the KD could not get through 16. So I'm out of it totally now. The only way I'll take it again if it gets over 16 later. So not a lot of follow through on that one. AI guys getting again close to that high of the day. AI, it's still maintaining above yesterday's high. I'm sorry, it is just barely above yesterday's high, 27.27. And we have a halt. Whoa, CVNA halted on the way up, I guess. Yes, CVNA halt. Wow, I mentioned this one way back here at 1475 on the break. Actually, I was wondering, I was saying, can it get through that high of 1459? So I guess the answer is yes. And now it's halted on the way up. So I guess technically, I mean, we don't want to brand it necessarily as a meme stock, but it again, the short float percent, I short interest. It's 80 cents. Okay. And you're adjusted the scan to 80 cents. AI guys, AI on the move. 2750 took it out. AI on the move. Yeah, I'm answering an email here. All right. Sorry, guys. My goodness. Okay, now AI challenging 28. Okay, so this is a gap up and reverse, guys. CRNC. First of all, what's the market doing? I haven't really looked at the market. So the market is everything is a little bit negative. A little bit negative. Look at AI, guys. Let's see if we go across that 27. Well, first of all, the key was holding yesterday's high. Okay, yesterday's high. Now it was a little bit frothy. It dropped down below it a couple of times, and then it came back up it. That was my key to see if it could hold. Now yesterday's high was 27.27, and now remember now 2 days ago the high was way up here. Now the price targets have been put on this was 30 by several brokerages. Not that that's going to stop it at 30, but meanwhile, Carvana, I guess, resumed. I'm afraid to look. Okay, so it got halted at 1602. I'm going to resumed at 1602. So here is where sometimes I'm going to put an alert at 1607 and see if it takes it out. No, well, you know what? The next high is 1621. It got up to 1635. So it might have to take out 1621 again. So I'm going to stick an alert right around there and see if it take. I got to have an alert at 1623. Well, there we go. So it took out 16. Shoot, I missed it. I missed it, guys. I missed it. I was when I was trying to get rid of that price alerts window, I missed my entry of CVNA. Well, if you got it, I mean, their next high, of course, is way up here at 20. I'm not saying it's getting there. Oh man, it's too bad. But AI is still performing 28 now. What you added? You mean on a bounce for HOTH? I guess that's what you're talking about, Torps. You're playing a bounce for HOTH. Now, Tank, tell me you took your profit on Uber. You said you were going to swing or you're going to take Uber through earnings. I hope you woke up early enough to get this, up in this area because you would have got it around, I guess, 34.50 or so. I think you took it just before the market closed around that time, and it popped up to 38. But here was probably a good 37.40 was probably right when it was doing this. You probably should have got out of it. You did sell it in the pre-market. Okay, good for you. I was thinking of you. I was thinking, okay, let's take a look at Uber this morning. If Tank did okay or not. So Lyft, is wow, kind of cratering actually. They have earnings after hours tomorrow. Will you do the same? Well, this got some room, guys. Fluence Energy, FL. Oh, you know what? I forgot to do my sector analysis. FLNC is got some room or has some room. 25.49. It's the next high looking left, but that's almost $2 away. It's an earnings play. It is not an earnings play. It is an earnings play after hours today. I'm sorry. It says February 8th post market. So it's after hours today, earnings play. Shady saying sells is triggered. Definitely has based a bit here. A little pop. There's the VWAP, so I'm always wary of that VWAP, 121. But it might get through it. The high of the day, the high was around the 140 mark. And if it got back up into that area, I mean, the next highs are way up here at 187 on the weekly chart for CELZ. Omer, guys, OMER. Let's take a look at Omer. It's holding 5, trying to hold 5 here. The high yesterday was 542. Give me a moment, guys. Again, I'm just talking to somebody here. Ooh, sorry about that. I was on mute. Question was ZCMD, why is it not moving with that high relative volume? I mean, this is just doesn't trade very much. I know it's traded 2 million. Yesterday it was like 2,000 and the day before 2,300. I mean, it just doesn't trade very much. And again, it's one of these companies. I mean, it had the pop 158. There's your move, okay? But I think we're getting tired of these little companies just saying, "Hey, we're going to do Chat GPT also," and we're just not buying it anymore. Okay, I think that's the main reason. The thing is, too, is that the volume was right here, all right here, that opening candle, and that's when it moved. Afterwards, the volume is just has dwindled. So yes, the relative volume looks astonishing because the old, it doesn't trade 2 million shares, and it only trades usually, 2, 3, 4, 5,000 shares a day. So that's my explanation. All right, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. Wow, that did not. So far, well, I'm going to keep an eye on KD in case it takes out 16 again. But so far, the 10-day daily breakout, just like yesterday, not really producing. And after about 5 or 6 days in a row, where it was awesome. Under Armour is an earnings play, guys. Under Armour. So it had a pop in the pre-market, but once the market opened, just started to drop. And there's the two of them, the UAA and the UA. Let's see which trades more. Okay, so the UAA is the one that trades more. It's got 5 million. Other one is a couple of million. You have your pick, really. 1139. Let's take a look at UA to see if there's more room. There shouldn't be, but let's take a look at UA to see if there's any more room underneath. Not really. Give me a moment. Give me one moment, guys. Again, I'm having a discussion with somebody. I kind of got roped into it. No. Okay. Okay. So Jennifer, when you talk about a source for pre-market and after-hours data, what sort of data are you looking for? Obviously, we have data. So what sort of data are you looking for? Are you talking about like overall or individual stocks? Okay, so if it's sector overall, gosh, I don't know. I mean, there's obviously probably a lot of sites out there, Market Watch. I don't know. Market Watch might be one. Stock Market Watch, as Rudy is putting in. I mean, all I really do is just take a look at the our sectors in our sector channel. I didn't do it today because I was sort of wrapped up in trying to put different versions of trade ideas up and running, but that gives me an idea about what's happening with the sectors in the pre-market. Boy, guys, we're in a market right now for me anyway, that, you get into trades and you have to really manage them closely. We can't expect things to keep running. The AI is a good example here, got up to 28.41 and it's dropped $2 now and on the way down. And, it's probably maybe following the market a little bit. What would be the purpose for you to find that sort of news though? And how would it help you to trade? I mean, if you looked at as an example, our doc channel bar, just looking at sectors, the major sectors. Now, I didn't do this in the pre-market, but doing a quick check, and let me do the change from the open. So here's retail as an example. Okay, right now, yeah, I mean 83%. So 83% of the stocks are down from the open in retail right now. But you don't have, I don't mean you don't have to go and find a fancy website or anything like that. You can, if you want to, and like if, for instance, if you were looking to get into a retail trade today and you saw this, that 83% of the stocks that make up XRT, the big ETF for retail, are down for the day, you might reconsider, right? So unless a stock has got some really specific news about itself, maybe a fantastic earnings play or some other news, you'd probably be looking at retail today and thinking, I got to short everything that I see or most of the things, as an example. So without going anywhere, you can at a glance, you can see what the sectors are doing. This is from the open. And how different is that from the close? Yeah, so you can see here, I mean, retail has been weak. And not only was it, because sometimes what you'll see is, if you look at this 10 minutes before the market opens, okay, you look at the major sectors 10 minutes before the market opens. And yes, you'll see this, you'll see the sectors, what they're doing with relation to yesterday's close. So retail is still 83% below yesterday's close, the stocks that make up. But also, not only that, when the market opened, they kept moving down. Because a lot of times what you'll say is, yeah, maybe a sector is down from yesterday's close. Let me just sort of try to illustrate. So let's pretend this is a sector here. And yes, down from yesterday's close. This is the close. This is what's happening in the pre-market movement. But then when the market opens, it's starting to move higher to change from the open. It could still be below yesterday's close, but the stocks are moving higher from the open, which I think is more important for me anyway. We've seen many, many, many times where a stock like a sector looks horrible in the pre-market because every stock is down from the close of yesterday, but once the market opens, maybe they have a bit of a rally. They're still below the close, but they're rallying. Well, I said earlier, if you had Best Buy or Bed Bath and Beyond shorts, BBBY shorts, I just didn't have any. But the break under three, pretty steadily down now. All right, guys. RGTI, is this doing anything interesting? RGTI? All right, guys, MSGM, again, you've got to be so careful on these. This is a very low float, of course. 1760, if it takes that out, maybe. I mean, there's the 1888 is the high of the day. Oh, I see the AI was trying to short this one again. I think it shorted it yesterday. Yeah, shorted it 2 days ago. If you had shorts available and did okay, trying to short it again today, not working out yet. The stop is 1887, so they're putting a stop at the high. How did that happen? Yeah, I don't follow this stuff too closely, but how does a high dollar affect interest rates in your country? Is there any direct correlation? Here's another cheapie, guys. BJDX, Blue Jay Diagnostics. We have 48%. I'm looking at this Fox A. It's too bad. To me, there's just too much resistance, not that far away. It's about a little bit above the VWAP, 35.99. It is an earnings play, so should be active most of the day. But when I look left on that weekly chart, I see 36, 50. To me, there's just not enough room for it to keep running. Fun while it lasts, Captain. Trying to take advantage of some of these crazy, stupid moves. But I just think the market's we're getting a little tired of it. Again, JG, maybe a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, this probably would have kept running for a while. But eventually, these companies just to throw a chat GPT in any sort of a press release, they're going to be met with, yeah, whatever. I mean, they'll have a little bit of a pop like this one did, and then just sell off. Most of them anyway. All right, guys, time to talk a little bit about my homepage. All right, so on my homepage, this is what you're going to see. Let me scroll back a little bit. So you'll be at the top here. So here's a promo code you can use to get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Barry 15. Click on Get Trade Ideas. We have 4 plans. Annual monthly premium standard. Annual premium is at 2,000. Annual standard is 1,000. Less than 15% each time. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI, which is not having a great day today, but I use it like a watch list. Things can set up later on. You don't have to go an annual, go monthly. Want to go monthly? That's fine. 118, 228, standard premium, less than 15% for the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you pay going forward. At any time, though, if you want to go from a monthly to an annual, we will honor the 15%. If you do take out a subscription, please do the get started right off the bat. It'll run you through your download and install, your first startup and login, etc. If you're brand new to trading, this is a great free resource for you, Trading 101. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Okay, so I really recommend you take a look at this if you're brand new to trading. I do a stock of the day video that you can sign up for. It's free, of course. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, about an hour before. It is free. This is the education section right here. So there's our user guide. Click on the user guide. And here's that getting started again. You should know what an alert window is, a T window, a top list window is, and about stock racing. Okay, obviously more is in the user guide, but you don't have to learn everything all at once. And some things you don't ever have to learn if you don't want to. I would probably look at price alerts on charts. That's probably another key one to understand how to do it. Here's that getting started. Daily support session. So today is Wednesday. Now I'm not sure if Jamie will be doing it today. So let me I take a break between 12 and 1, and one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Now, Jamie is usually on Wednesday, but I'm not 100% sure it will be Jamie. And I'll find out who that will be. Here's your free trading room. More educational videos for you about trade ideas. And here are my scans. Okay, here are my scans. So this is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market act as up and down. I almost guarantee you'll never miss anything that's moving. Okay, if you use my scans, my pre-market act as up and down. There's the two races that you see, the biggest gainers from the open percent and the large cap gainers. You've heard me talk about my 10-day daily breakouts and downs. And I do have some other scans that I am sharing. So as always, if you want to take out a subscription, please use my homepage. Use my link, the Barry 15 code. This is a free room, so the room will get credit for the subscription, and I get a little chunk of it also. And the other reason to save my homepage is that you can look at my scans anytime and the education section anytime. Oh, hi, Derek. Okay, so you've made it into the room. Okay. See, a lot of the things that you're trying to do in the pre-market, your filters are blocking it. Okay. So, I mean, here is our definition. Obviously, a new high, pre-market high. That's pretty obvious. It's just a new pre-market high. I I'm not even sure. I've never tried the running up in the pre-market. I don't even know if it works, to be honest. But this is what I was trying to say to you, okay? And you can use this, add the alert, and it'll tell you, okay, it has to be running up a certain amount. I've never tried this in the pre-market, okay? Well, how it works, I mean, in theory, how it works is this: you just click on it, and then it has to be running up a certain amount. Is that's where you put here, 10 cents, 20 cents, a dollar, whatever that number is going to be in that box before you'll see it. I've never tried it in the pre-market, but this is what I'm talking about using the races. Okay. I think it'll be way better for you. Okay. So instead of agonizing, because I do see your emails that come in and you're wondering, how come this didn't show up? How come that didn't show up? I know you've had a series of them over, the last couple of months. And yeah, it can get very frustrating. I can almost guarantee that if you use racing, you'll, you will not miss anything. Because what happens in the races is if a stock is moving, you will see it as it starts moving up the leaderboard. Okay. And this will start in about 30 seconds. And you can see right off the bat. Okay. So ADXN, what happened is since the race started, ADXN has moved 2.7% as an example. Okay. And you will see some big in the pre-market. Probably, I don't use the racing in the pre-market, but probably in the pre-market, you'll see a stock that is all of a sudden exploding. You will see it just moving right to the top, right to the top. You don't have to wait for it to get to the top. If you see something moving, you just click on the alert. Just click on the symbol, and you will see it. okay, right on the chart. And that will cover any stock that is really moving. A race always starts off from a top list, and that's why I was showing you, my pre-market, top list. This race is not, no, it has some other filters in here, but all races start from a top list window. So you'll notice, when I right click on that top list window, it says launch real-time stock race. So in this particular race, it is looking for stocks between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares minimum, up at least 2% from the close. If any stock meets these filter requirements, okay, I'm running 4-minute races. I'm 2 minutes into this race. What this is telling me right here is that THCH has moved 4.8% since the race started. Now it's at 5.56% since the race started. Now, does it mean it's going to hold? All of a sudden, if it has a big pullback, this will drop out of the top spot and some other stock could come racing up to the top. See, so you will not miss anything that is really moving. And this is what I tried to create for you. I took my pre-market actives. I took this pre-market actives and I launched the real-time stock race from it. Okay, I just launched that, and that's what I gave you. Now, the only thing I might get rid of is that we have Tesla and Apple in there as a sort of a comparison, but so I just launched the race. The only thing I would do is maybe get rid of these two, clear Tesla and Apple. You see, and so now this race will begin. Now you can start using this in the pre-market. I mean, it's still running now, but you could use it all day long, of course. But I mean, whenever you wake up, you can just start the race, in the pre-market. So whenever you wake up, and then up until 9:30 or talking Eastern time, of course, you could run it all day long if you wanted. Pepe, I don't know why this happens, why we get this. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know why this is happening, why this is so, let me see if I can do something here. Ah, I want it to be this big. So the symbols are really, there we go. Okay, so I started that race again using these, and again, this is the top list that it's looking at. So if any stock in this particular race, if any stock, its price is $1, traded at least 10,000 shares and up 3% from the close. Okay, now you can obviously alter that. Why I put 10,000 shares? Because if you're using it in the pre-market, you probably don't want to put 1,000,000 shares or anything like that. You want to see something that might be starting to move. And you can, of course, put a different price range if you want. But that's my recommendation. Try this in the pre-market, and I think you won't get so upset about missing stocks. But you can see right here, even if you just use this as a top list, you'll never miss anything. And the other thing it does, it automatically, now in the pre-market, it may not be that critical, but it automatically creates a top 10 watch list for you that you can watch all day long. And it's made up of the stocks that win the most races. So on this particular one, TCAT won 3 races. That's at the top. Sometimes you'll see a stock that wins race after race after race after race, 10, 15 winners or won 10 or 15 races over the course of the day. CVNA, now this is another race. It's just a little bit different in that I put a market cap in here, a minimum market cap of 500 million shares or $500 million, and a minimum float of 50 million, 50. So you will not see stocks, you rarely are going to see a stock that is going to be up in this particular race 2, 3, 4%. You will see that here because this has no market cap limitations. But look at CVNA. CVNA won 7 races today. So you could say to yourself right now, oh man, I missed this move. Depending on what sort of a trader you are, if you're interested in things like the VWAP and or maybe as a moving average that you have on a time period, maybe you're looking at this and going, okay, wow, don't mind taking this if it pulls back to a certain level, as an example. So you can set a price alert at that level and then forget about it. And then if it hits that price, then the price alerts window will pop up on your screen and you'll know about it. So in that way, you can really just concentrate on a few stocks for the day. The ones that make up that win the most races during the day. And again, it's not a matter of waiting for a stock, like for a race to be over or for a stock to win a race. You see something moving, click on it. Here's another one, NRSN. It only won 1 race. So what I like to do is I'll check all of these and check to see what are they doing now. MGAM. So if you're a VWAP player, you might look at this and go, okay, if it gets above that 260, which is the VWAP, maybe I want to be interested in it. Or, I mean, I'm not saying every single stock on here is going to be interesting later on, but it gives you, especially if I'm not talking to you necessarily specifically, Derek, but if you're new to trading, I think this is invaluable to create a watch list for you that you don't, it automatically creates it for you. Then you can practice taking trades in the simulator to see how that works. Does it make sense to take a stock that moves, above the VWAP or into a certain moving average? So yeah, Macy's, well, as we saw earlier, wow, look at that sell-off, no kidding. So Macy's definitely probably overweighted in the retail sector. XRT, we looked at that earlier, and it was down from. So you can see that it's still down from yesterday's close. And here is the open, and it's down from the open. So this is, not a good sector today. And I'm sure Macy's is probably a big chunk of XRT. And is there specific news for Macy's or just, March 7th they have earnings? Yikes. I know, Dak, you were talking about this one earlier, VSH. Look at this move down. It's an earnings play. Didn't really see it in the pre-market. It wasn't really I mean, it would have appeared in that top list, but it was probably further down, so I didn't really, really didn't check it out. Probably the volume was pretty low. And meanwhile, the market is now starting to not just drift down, but we're one, two, three, four, five, almost an hour and a half into a straight sell-off in the market. Almost an hour and a half. Excuse me. Well, Perry is an earnings play, and it's maybe coming into a support area around 29.78, maybe. If it takes that out, then 28.22 underneath. Here's one that's releasing earnings tomorrow. The market close is Oscar Health, OSCR. I just don't see enough room. Look left on that daily chart. I just don't see enough room. Could stall at that 4 level, so I'm not interested. Excuse me. Why did I click on it? Well, show it up in my compare counts, my movers to the upside versus the movers to the downside. Won't know what it looks like until I, click on the alert and check out the chart. No, races all start from a top list window, Derek. Okay, always from a top list window. The race is like a hybrid between an alert window and a top list window. The top list allows you to see stocks that meet all your filter requirements. Think of it that way. The minimum price, minimum or a price range, a minimum volume, all kinds of filters that you want to put in there. And then the race gives you the real time alert as things are moving. So you can put a market, I mean, you can, like every race starts off from a top list window. So you talk about market cap. You can put market cap in there. So if you only want to, so if you want to have a market cap between 100 million and 500 million, sure. Just like here, you see in this large cap gainers from the open, the only difference between these two races, there's some other subtle differences, but I added, I added 500,000 minimum market cap and a minimum float of 50 million, okay? So I added these two, and that's what's preventing seeing big percentage moves. But, if and again, I'm just talking in general, if I were new to trading, I'd probably concentrate on this a little bit more. The reason being is that while it's exciting to see these things that can go up 5, 10, 15%, they're obviously, with excitement comes volatility. And, if you're new to trading, it could be very hard to handle. This is nothing is easy, but this is it's a little less stressful. Okay. So a race has always started from a top list. So you can create your own top list. If you had, again, as a general statement, some people just like to follow maybe their own basket of stocks. Maybe you've got 20 or 30 stocks that you like to follow all the time. You can create a symbol list, watch list, attach it to the top list, and then run the race just based on those stocks. Barkerville, I have no idea what you're talking about. John, no idea. Well, okay, where in Canada, John? Canada's a pretty big place. Well, why don't you just tell me where it is so I don't have to click on the link? No, never heard of it. Never heard of it. Barkerville, BC, never heard of it. What do I have on my other screen? Somebody asked in our YouTube room. I've got this one, but I'm sharing this. You know, this is I'm sharing this scan. Never heard of Barkerville. I've got a Halts resumes. My Halts resumes. This is more of a just I would call this information rather than a scan. This just tells me you know when a stock gets halted and when it resumes. More information than anything. Okay, looks like we're gonna get a, double dose of Michael Noss this week. Okay, so Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room again. Okay, he's taking over for Jamie today. So Derek, I'm not going to answer you. Okay, I know you put that. Can I put my filters in this window? Okay, I think I've answered all that, so I don't have to answer you. So I'm going to put that as a done, okay. I'm just going to close that, okay? Don't expect an email response. Okay, guys, let's see. Anything happening that I can talk about? LUMN is, wow, this is an all-time low. I might have to short this one. This is an all-time low, and it's an earnings play, all-time low for LUMN. Lots and lots of shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Well, 32 million of them. So it must be widely available in terms of shorting LUMN. I have shorted it. See if it's underneath that VWAP, which is around 4. If it gets close to 4, I'll get out, but just got to do it. I know where Quinnell is though. Never heard of Barkerville though. Yeah, KPRX. Well, okay. I mean, look, if it takes out 6 later on, it's got some room. Obviously, 748 is the next high looking left for KPRX. Had some news yesterday, but it was a pretty big sell-off. It got up to 594 and it closed down here at 450. So approximately $1.50 off the highs. But let's see if this can move for DAC. All right, what is SECO doing? SECO. Okay, maybe interesting. It's above yesterday's high, 396. It's just at that whole number. 2 days ago, it did get up to 5. So I just have my doubts about this market right now, though, on these small cappers. And 300. I mean, it's insanely low, 300,000 in the float. We're not getting the same follow throughs that we were getting, last week. So if you're going to take these, you really have to manage your exits pretty closely because I'm just not seeing a lot of follow through. And I've got some thumbnail charts and I'm just looking at some of them and they're just not even moving. Yeah, we start saying, when we're looking at some of these potential trades, and when we start saying things like, well, that's kind of iffy over and over again, best, and I'm not just talking to you, Dak, but I'm just talking in general, best to just sit in your hands. There's no mad rush to be in a trade constantly. I mean, TNXP is coming right into that 200-day moving average, 136. See that green line right there? And it doesn't mean, even a lot of times, things really can start moving in the afternoon. So That's what I'm doing. I've literally had two trades today, and that's it. I got very fortunate on the CELZ in the pre-market. In this pre-market, got in at, I think, 94 cents, took some out at 113 or 110, took some more out, most of it at 134, and was wondering, okay, could it potentially get close to that 180? Not even close as it started dropping, so I got out of it. And this is all in the pre-market. Actually, that was in the when the market opened. But most of my damage was done in the pre-market, which I don't generally trade, and I can't remember the last time I took a stock under $1. And then the AI. I mean, the AI looked awesome for a bit. I was watching this when it loads. So I kept watching this high of yesterday, which was 27.27, and it took it out a couple of times, and then about the third time, fourth time, you finally, and that's a 15-minute chart, it really took it out. Was able to ride most of it, but then look at this, it just dropped. Just dropped. So no follow through. I mean, I don't expect stocks to keep moving higher, green bar after green bar after green bar. But what you don't want to see is just, completely 45 minutes straight down either. It's really tough. But maybe just tracking the market too closely. These stocks have been not really tracking the market that much. I don't, in previous days, but I guess today we're just getting this sell-off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now almost an hour and 45 minutes straight down. Cliche, corny, and all that, but some of your best trades are the no trades. Now, right now, I mean, shorting Credo, boy, CRDO, look at this underneath 18. Problem is you're chasing it. But it is, this is a stock that obviously just tracks the market. Look at that 15-minute chart. Look at the SPY 15-minute chart. The Yeah, that's kind of interesting, but NAS is down, so I don't know what this tracks exactly. You know what? See, I made a rookie mistake, guys. And this is why you've got to pay real attention when you're trading. I made a rookie mistake. I took a long on Lumen instead of a short. So I just exited my position for a little loss. I couldn't understand why my P&L wasn't looking better because Lumen is, I thought I was in the short at 391. I went long at 391. Yeah, that's not a fat finger. I don't know if that's called a fat finger, but that's just lack of concentration. Luckily, I caught it in time. I'd love to short this ape, but I just, I mean, there looks like there could be some support around 280. So I wish it were more of a direct line right down to about the 230 mark, but it isn't. So I'm not going to take that short on the ape. Lumen, that would have been a nice little short from 391 drifting down. You know what? I should have realized also because I thought I got my fill just like that. I was looking, wow, it's down 24%. I wonder if I'll get a fill, the uptick rule. And of course, I got the fill immediately. That's because I went long instead of short. Mm. All right, let's take a look at another one here. TMCI, is this an earnings play? TMCI. This is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown, but don't like that spread. I mean, it's a 7-cent spread. It's not, I mean, it's not horrible, but it bounced. There was the alert at 2102. I mean, it does have some room. Takes out 2038 looks like the 2037 is the 200-day moving average. So, it's got some room down to there, I guess, but I just don't like the way it's trading. I don't like that bounce. CELZ. Yeah, CELZ just popped and got halted. And just got halted. Let's see where the halt could come out of. Well, let's see if it this might get interesting if it takes out that 143 also. Just look left. It has room to 187 on that weekly chart. 188, 188, 190, 202. So right around here. Yeah, there's no way I could have held on. That almost got down to $1. It depends where if you took it where, well, I got through the VWAP finally too. 119 is the VWAP. So got through the VWAP. Wow, this one is starting to drop here, guys. Tigo, Tigo, starting to drop. I know it's showing up on Zach's bounce plays, but I mean, with the market, until the market stops moving down, I'd be very reluctant to try a bounce play. And it's got, I mean, look at the room. It's got 1680 is where it closed yesterday, approximately. So they have earnings on the 10th. So I don't think this is any pre-release. I love these companies just pumping out press releases saying, here's where we're going to release our earnings. And we kind of know that. Well, we know that, of course, here, but it doesn't seem to be that newsworthy. And yet, for some reason, stocks seem to pop off that. Well, let's see if this is a 5-minute halt. So there is the halt at 1:30. Sorry, excuse me, 11:30 plus 57 seconds. And excuse me, if it's a 5-minute halt, that'll be 11:35 plus 57 seconds, so almost 11:36 if it is a 5-minute halt. Typically, they are 5-minute halts. The volatility halt is caused because the stock goes up in a very general statement. Stock goes up too fast in a short period of time. So it's like just to take a breather. Usually it's 5 minutes. If it's not 5 minutes, then it's usually a multiple of five, meaning the next one would be 10. Oh man, that ape looks so nice to short. I just wish that 380, 280 wasn't so close. All right, let's take a look at this one. So there it is. 11, actually, I'll bring up my time and sales. So this is giving maybe a bit of a clue where it may open. So there's the halt at 124. Again, this is this window that you see here is from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. Your broker should have something similar, just as time and sales. It shows the halt price. You can't see the symbol, but it is CELZ. And there's the potential open at 128. And if this is a 5-minute halt, this will open in less than 10 seconds. It'll open in 5, 4, 3, 2. There we go. So there it's so open a little bit higher than the halt price. Not a big explosion from that halt price, but a little bit. Sorry, I should have had the symbol up. Well, kind of take out the high of the day, which is 142. Okay, guys, 11:37. So in about 20 minutes, Michael Noss will take over for me in our YouTube room. I'll take my break between 12 and 1. Boy, Bed Bath and Beyond just continues to penny by penny, guys, off that $3 level. I did not have shorts available for BBBY. Yeah, Beyond. I'm seeing Beyond right here, right there. Look at this, Beyond. So something's happening with Beyond Meat, BYND. The next high looking left on that daily chart is 16, no, 1788. Is that right? 1798, sorry, 1798. So it's got about 50 cents to that next high. Oh, look at this UNG. I know you guys were all watching UNG. Give me a moment, guys. Ah, there's your KPRX, Dak. I don't know if you kept it or not. Wow, look at this thing go now. Look at KPRX go. Wow, above that high yesterday, like nothing, like just like nothing. And the next high looking left is way up here at 753. Look at the volume pouring in here. So what was that high yesterday? 592, I think. 592. Let's see if it can hold above that. 589, holding above it. Yeah, CELZ's looking not bad now. I'd love to see it take out 141. I got that high, 142. Yeah, that's a pretty big pullback for CELZ. Pretty big one. From 139 down to 124. Boy, that KPRX, I mean, with that float, 1.5 million in the float. I mean, it is really volatile. You can see what happened right on the race. You would not have missed that. Now, how you trade it is up to you, but I mean, you will not miss something that's moving. Power of the 200-day moving average. Look at that, guys. Here's that green line on my daily chart. That's the 200-day moving average at 132. What did TCAD get to today? 131. The power of the 200-day moving average got right into it and could not break it and just fell. Wow, this was shortable for me too. Yeah. So guys, I hope, as I was saying, be very nimble, really, really nimble. Look at this. The CELZ just got halted on the way down now. I mean, a big pop up there. So you have to be very, very nimble. I was actually waiting for a break of 141, and that's probably would have got me into it, and it didn't happen. Got up to 140, and the high of the day was 142. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Just having an internal discussion, as always. What time is it right now? 11:48. So in about 12 minutes, Michael Noss is going to take over for me. Okay, so for the KPRX, this is what I'm looking at. So we've had the little pullback, got all the way back down to 577. So it got up to 630, right back down to 537. For me, if it can take out maybe, the 613, 612, I want to see if it gets up to 612 again, see what the spread is like. And that might get it running again. Might get it running again. No guarantees, of course. And I do like the daily because I love that big void when I look left and very low float. Now, the only issue I've got is that I'm going to be taking, I see the spread is, it's not bad right now. Taking a break in about 10 minutes. Boom! Freaking boom, guys. I don't know. KPRX. Oh my gosh. Oh man. Okay. Well, now what? I mean, luckily it happened so quickly. I'll be taking my break really soon. Taking some off already, guys. Where's my key? Right there. That's 613. And all I said was, tough for me to take unless it went really quickly like it did. But I've taken some off right now. Again, I'll be taking my break in about 5 minutes. Now, the fantasy level is way up here at 748. That's that high of last year in November. Oh, man. It's a real rush, I don't care how long I've been trading. It's a real rush when you get in something and you see a giant green candle, as long as you went long, in your favor. It's still a rush. But you got to manage the trade. You cannot expect this is just going to keep going. Not with that float. And it's definitely parabolic. This is not available for me to short at Interactive Brokers, so I don't know how many brokers have shorts available. But it's so in terms of short availability, if it's not that many shorts available and many brokerages, then you don't have that downward pressure of people trying to short it. but you certainly have the downward pressure of people taking profit, like me. Is that what it is? The dopamine? Is that what it is? I guess it's the reverse of when you see a that revolving red light in your rear view mirror. You know what that means. Go faster. But you see, guys, you see how, I mean, he's out of nowhere. I mean, this was doing nothing in the pre-market, absolutely nothing. We've seen this one. Of course, we saw it yesterday. We saw it on this day back in November. We've seen this one several times. And then, out of nowhere, all of a sudden, and, winning a race, of course. All right, guys, I'm going to put my announcement in. That'll make my workout a little bit better. And I'll put the YouTube link in. Oops. And as I say, you're getting a double dose of Michael Knotts this week. He's was in yesterday on his normal day in our YouTube room Tuesdays, but he's taking over for today for Jamie today also. And how many times was this one alerted? Well, certainly here. I mean, in the biggest gainers from the open. I'd have to go back. My guess is that it would have shown up here also in this compare count. This is just movers to the upside versus movers to the downside with 300,000 shares minimum, some other filters in place. And every time a stock makes a new high or a new low, we get this crawl. Just a different way of presenting our data. Some people like it. I don't mind having one window like that, or one scan like that, I guess I should say. Okay, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room and in our Discord room. And I'll keep, obviously, I won't put myself on mute in YouTube. Aha, little green, finally, a green bar here now. On the SPY, guys, a green bar on the SPY. So some bounce plays may start to work now. For how long, I don't know. I mean, this is let's see, we've got another minute or so, minute and a half or so for this one to close, that 15-minute candle. So after being down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2 hours straight down, the market is trying to put in a little bit of a rally just before noon Eastern. Now, we've seen this act before. You never know. Maybe this one begats another one and takes all this out. What the heck is this? Michael was talking about this one. Unusual Whale Subversive Democratic Trading ETF. I don't know. Is this really what this sounds like? Oh, I see. I see. This is the Republicans versus Democrats. Oh man, an ETF. And again, be nimble. Look at this. Now that breakdown underneath the VWAP would have been awesome for the CVNA. There he is. Hello, Michael. Thanks for standing in for Jamie today.
Here I am.
So I just I just threw up that Nansen Cruz.
Yeah, it was
Cruz. Yeah, it's funny.
an interesting an interesting spaces I was listening to last night with the guys who made it. So yeah, it's basically just using the filings that the politicians put out.
Yeah.
And it's just balancing portfolios based on them. So
Interesting.
there's
Without getting political. I mean, it just is what it is.
that was they were very much like on this Twitter space, like, listen, guys, we're not, we're not trying to get into that. We don't care. It's just if they're going to be able to trade with the information they have as leaders, then we should also be able to ride in on that trade. So
Sure.
they released all the numbers and back tests and all this kind of stuff, and it looks interesting. So
Yeah. And it's brand new, isn't it?
yeah, it came out yesterday.
Yesterday.
So
Okay.
there is some discretion in the ETF, which I don't know how much I like, but basically they said they're going to manage it as if it's like a system. But if all of a sudden they hear that, one of the, we're both Canadian, so we don't know any of these people. One of the big name politicians from one side, like, dumps all of their stocks or something like that, then they may go do the same thing. But yeah, the main takeaway, and then the thing that I'm watching that I posted in our little trader chat room, is that I guess in back test, Cruz, KRUZ, which is, I guess, the right wing side of things, performs much better than Nance, which is the left wing side of things. So I just, it'd be interesting to maybe do a pairs trade or something, right? Long one, short the other, if there's enough data saying this outperforms that for a long enough period of time. But
and do they tell you what stocks are in each one of them?
Yeah, you can go to the webs. They said they list on their website, and they'll update that frequently. So this is I have to sign in to search for stuff.
And so they must have to scour the filings then also. So they must have a way to, like, everybody in Congress and Senate to find out everything they're doing within reason, I guess. But they must have to scour filings.
Yeah, so that's exactly what's happening. So it started with this guy. So he's got a big Twitter following, and I follow him on Twitter. He's a good follow. He posts like news, big news and stuff like that. But he did this breakdown of how all of the different politicians did in 2022. So there's Nancy, which is where they got the Nance for the ticker. She was down
Sure.
20%, but this and just red, I guess, just denotes whether it's right wing or left wing. Again, I I do as much as I can to know as little as possible about U.S. politics.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but yeah, so it's you can see all their performance here, and then that's the SPY. So everyone except this Nancy person beat the SPY a lot. So the idea is that if you're capturing some of these returns as opposed to investing in just the overall market, because they're really diversified assets.
Sure.
The idea is, right, if they know something and they're allowed to trade off it, then I guess they're supposed to file a report after a certain period of time.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, so you can basically just say, okay, well, I'll take that as part of my, it's not meant to be a trading vehicle, but a
Right.
long term holding. And listen, if I get the return of any of these people that
Yeah.
did better than negative 18% on the SPY last year, that's awesome, right?
Sure.
So
How's your Bed Bath and Beyond short?
amazing,
Yeah.
amazing. 250, yeah. I am admittedly I'm very small in this because I know any number of things, like the people who are buying this are not rational, sane human
Right.
beings, right? So it could definitely pop back up. But
Yeah.
um yeah, and we talked about this yesterday, right? We were talking about the anchored view app. You just anchor it to the oh no, not that one. A little further out, I guess. There. The high of that last suckers rally. And that's where it stopped, like right to the tick. And
Yeah.
that's it. So now this is on a death march to zero. They either dilute their shareholders and they make $1 billion off the back of retail and then probably go bankrupt next year. Or if they can't get that, all of the reporting is saying if they can't raise money off the back of shareholders right now, that they're done. So
Mm-hmm. Did you see the post? I think I put it in our Slack, but Wedbush yesterday revised their target from 1 down to 0, but then today
moved it up to
today they
25
revised
cents.
it from 0 to 25 cents.
It's
There's just
just, it's
I
insanity.
thought that was hilarious.
It's just insanity, right? And then it's funny,
Yeah.
you go on Twitter and it's like, oh, this is FUD, the kids call it,
Hmm.
which is basically just them saying they're spreading bullshit. But
Yeah.
it's like you can see it all. And I've actually gotten into some Twitter fights with these GameStop people and everything. You can see it right here, right? Cash to debt ratio, anything under 1 means you have more debt than you have cash. And then earnings per share, negative $3 a share last quarter. It's only worth a
Fake
dollar,
news, Michael.
two
Fake news.
dollars, right? Like they're they
Yeah.
sell towels, like they're donezo. Like
Yeah.
move on.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Okay,
I'm
my
ranting.
friend. 12:07. Can you go to 1
Oh
or?
yes, certainly.
Okay. So I'll get my workout in and I'll probably pop in about 10 to 1 and maybe we'll have another chat.
Cool. Have fun at the pub.
Okay. Bye.
All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. If you were here yesterday, then it's the same thing as yesterday. If not, we just turn the chat over to some live Q&A for the entire hour while Barry goes and drinks 7 to 10 beers at the pub. So yeah, I'll be here for the entire hour to answer any questions you have about trade ideas or trading or any of that kind of stuff. I may be talking a little bit faster than normal, but I took my pre-workout not knowing that I was going to be on here. And now I am. So I was going to go work out, which I'll do after this. But so I may be pretty jacked up on this call, right? So, but yeah, so ask any questions you may have. The more questions you ask, the less I will be waffling on about random stuff and like telling people not to hold stupid meme stocks and things like that. Um, yeah, but usually we end up talking about what the market's doing on. Again, if you don't know me, because this is my, as Circle's pointing out, this is my usual spot. Usually this is Jamie. Jamie's just having a little family stuff right now, so I'm just stepping in for that. But yeah, I'm a technical analyst, CMT charter holder. I do a lot of the quant stuff, trade ideas, and I'm more of the swing trading side of things. I do some day trading. I mostly swing trade. So um, that's just how I look at things. That's my perspective on things. So when we're talking, we'll mostly be talking from a swing trading point of view, right? So I apologize. We're probably getting a delivery. My dog's going to go crazy. Or there's a squirrel outside. It's 50-50 shot for either of those. Let's see. I've got cameras. I live in the middle of the woods, so I got cameras everywhere. Oh, the wife's just home, so we're not under attack. Can I show how to anchor a VWAP? Sure. So right under the drawing tool, I got to do the Epic Pen. This is a virtual machine. This is why I forget to open it every day, because I can mark up on the Mac. But so right here under the little pencil, which is our drawing tools, which will get much better really soon. Maybe I'll show you guys that. Does anyone want to see our new charts that in early alpha? I'm sure maybe I'll get in trouble, but I'll deal with that later. Yeah, so you just click that, and then there's the little anchor button over here, and if you hover it over, it says at Alpha Trends Anchored VWAP. You click on that, and your cursor changed. It might be hard to see on stream, but my cursor is just now an up arrow. So I just go over to whatever candle I want to start the VWAP at, click the button, away we go. So that's how you do that. To modify it, it's under the actual indicator manager. So you'll hit the button next to the drawing tool that has this indicator manager, and then you hit edit, and you can change the color or do whatever you'd like there. And that's also where you can remove them. But they will remove for now if you change the symbol, right? So if I go over to anything and then I go back to Bed Bath and Beyond, they will change. But this is on the list to update, right? And let's just, while we're doing it, hopefully I don't get in trouble. But these are just full disclosure before I show you guys this. This is mega early alpha. You guys don't have access to this. Only we do, because it could like crush the system. But we are experimenting with new charts, and I may have just broke my entire system by doing it. Maybe. This is why what we go through for you guys, man. This is wild. I may have broke everything, so I may need to restart here. But basically, oh no, they're there. No, there it is. So we're playing with new charts when they go live. Hopefully, other than a small difference in aesthetics, you guys won't notice much. But the beauty of it is, we're going to have way more indicators because they have their own indicator suite built in. And then way better drawing tools, which probably only matters to nerds like me. But I'm not a fan of our current drawing tools, but they're going to have more options when it comes to trend lines and thickness of lines and all kinds of cool stuff we can do. So that'll be big. And they also have anchored VWAP in here as well. So that will obviously be carrying over. So basically all the old features we're working to catch up. And then by having this, it will open up a whole new bunch of web features, like increasing what we can do on the web, offloading server, or offloading like the weight of the program, for lack of a better term, from your computer to our servers, all kinds of cool stuff, right? So but just there's a little teaser. Michael, would you apply the anchored view app on a 2-minute chart? Yes. So how I have been playing, and again, this is new for me, but this is kind of how I've been trading, doing some scalping intraday. Again, my bread and butter will always be the swing trading side of things. And I feel like I should make that kind of really apparent just because um, it's important to know, right? What's your uh where your mentality is, like where your thought process and everything is. Now, for me, I do much better swing trading than anything else, and that's just because of kind of my mindset behind things. Um, Thinking Fast and Slow is always a good book for this, but you just kind of have to go, okay, well, how do I think? How do I process data? Right? Do I process data quickly? Do I process data slowly? That kind of stuff. For me, I'm more of like that longer term kind of thinker. I'm better at building a plan than executing in the moment. And another example I always give is, are you a chess player or like a Call of Duty player? Right. And so over the years, I've realized I'm just way better from the swing trading side of things. But I trade Forex, I trade crypto, I like to day trade stocks. I always just want to have exposure all over. Um, so one system that I've been kind of playing with, and I shared this yesterday, and I can share it again today, is basically just looking for stocks that are. This works better in the morning, right? I don't do any. I'm done day trading for the day. I don't do anything past like 11 Eastern, but so all these look junk. What's a good one that I took today? CVS is one that I'm still in. I just have a trailing stop on it, and it will either close me at the end of the day or get out. But the idea is, I'm looking for something with high relative volume. So for it to make this scan, I think it has to have relative volume of 3, but right now it's 2.6. It's fine. So, I want something that has earnings or a news release or whatever. I don't care about the fundamentals at all. It's just not interesting to me. Um, I figure, hey, if it's moving and it's moving on high volume and it's moving up, then the fundamentals change was good. And if it's moving down, it's bad. But again, I don't care. Then what I'm doing is what these scans right here are looking for stocks that are pulling back to VWAP, right? And this is just your normal VWAP anchored at the beginning of the pre-market open. Um, and you can see CVS just touched right to the tick and then moved on. But Mike was, how do I enter in a systematic way? Because Barry is very good at discretionary trading. He just has a style. He's been doing it for so long. He's very, very good on the discretion side of things. But I'm a systematic trader. When I'm swing trading, when I'm day trading, I need X and Y and Z to occur, and then I'll take a trade, and I just need it all laid out because that helps me deal with any emotional demons that come across the way. So while I was kind of searching for this, my friend Brian Shannon, you can find him on Twitter from alphatrends.net, came out with another book, and I was a big fan of his first book, so he actually sent me a pre-released signed version of his new one. So I spent all weekend reading this, and it's all about anchored VWAP. And you see when you hover over it in our system, it's actually called Alpha Trends, which is from Brian, the anchored VWAP. He didn't create it, but he popularized it. And he talked about how using an anchored VWAP from a major inflection point for intraday trading was actually a decent way to have entries and exits in this book. Sorry, this is probably slammed in your guys' ears because I have it in my hand here. And that kind of, like I was stood up and I ran into the office and I wrote things on my whiteboard. And the wife thinks I'm insane. But I was like, that's brilliant because that offsets the other thing. So for those who don't know, VWAP and anchored VWAP are basically just average price of price and volume at a given time. So it tells you where the average market participant is at any given time, from both a price and a volume point of view. So on this CVS trade, let's just anchor a VWAP right from these highs right here. So the idea being, right, that this black line basically represents the average price of market participants. Actually just got filled. I just looked down on my iPad. I got filled a little bit. Half of those shares. I have an order out for half, and I just have a trailing stop for the rest. Right here, 89.90. So this is the average market participant price at any given time. The idea of why this works is that if I'm a large institution, right? So CVS has done 10 million shares today. So if I'm like, hey, I need you to buy me 20 million shares of CVS, and I tell that to my broker, or if I'm a hedge fund, I just go out to my trader and I say, I need you to buy this for me. The way that I will judge whether or not that trader or that broker got me a good price or a bad price, I'll say, okay, this is the average price using price and volume that the market traded for CVS today. If I'm getting way above that, then I'm mad. If I'm getting below that, then I'm happy. So what will happen quite often is there will be buy programs and sell programs turned off or on based off whether or not there's accumulation or distribution on the stock around these areas. And the same thing goes for swing trading, which I'll talk about in the morning. And then same if you anchor a VWAP from highs or lows or significant events. Like we did it yesterday. Me and Barry were here shooting the shit, and JPOW was talking, and I anchored a VWAP from when JPOW started that move. And the moment it broke down that, the market just kind of sold off dramatically. It didn't take the trade, but it would have been a great one. So the idea being, okay, if CVS, right, we're gapping up on the day, it sold off into this gap, it had earnings, and then it gapped up. So it's doing a lot of volume, then it gapped up strong, therefore it must be good news. It's fine. As the market moves up during the day, well, you get a big strong move higher and then a push down to VWAP. Well, I want to see if there's one of those kind of buy or sell algos or whether there's support in that area. So again, my problem was always, how do I do an entry? Do I just take like a bar by bar entry? Do I just buy some down here and hope? What do I do? So this actually ended up working perfect for me, where as we broke through this anchored VWAP, I said, okay, I'm going to buy some here. Worst case stop is just under there, but I'd probably get out much earlier. And then I just wait, and I just sit and wait. So another one that happened way faster this morning was actually Microsoft. And this one might be a better example. I'm just going through my trade history. So Microsoft, right, gapped up, but then started to sell pretty significantly off the open, came back up to VWAP. So the same thing, I just anchored a VWAP from this low right here. And you can see it came up, and when it hit that VWAP, it danced around for a while. So when it broke down there, I shorted some. So my short was right here, and my stop loss was right here, which isn't that much of a trade at all. And you can just see it sold off pretty dramatically. I think I was trailed out on the trailing stop kind of in this area. So it ended up being a great trade. So again, it's not going to be a perfect thing. There's nothing in trading that's a perfect thing or 100% hit rate or anything. But what I'm finding is, the trade off of VWAP is kind of a trade as old as time, right? The other scan that I have here as well is just looking for pullbacks to pre-market highs and lows. So both of these are really, really old, nothing new trades. But for me, it was always, how do I systematize my entry? Because the way I look at trading is I don't care about any one individual trade. And I think if you care about any one individual trade, you're doing it wrong. The mantra I always have in my head is, what about the next 1,000 trades? Right? Because hopefully you're trying to be in this game for a long time and not just make a quick buck. So your thought process should be, what about the next 1,000 trades? So when I'm building trading styles and systems, this is how I think, is saying, what would happen if I did this 1,000 times? Well, this trade is essentially looking for a pullback, right, in some sort of overall trend on something that has news, so it has potential to move, right? That's what the relative volume is for. And it's got a good risk reward rate. So, right, my risk is right here, and then my reward is, I took out half, I think, around here, and then I trailed the rest right there. So I think I made 3 times my risk. So then the question is, okay, if I do this 1,000 times, will 500 of those trades be winners? And if so, then that's amazing, right? If only 300 of those 1,000 trades were winners with a risk reward like that, then that would still be good, right? So that's kind of what I'm looking at when it comes to these systems. So this is a system just kind of like any other. So um, now in the book, which makes sense to me, is suggesting actually using as low of time frame as possible when doing an anchored VWAP, simply because it's recalculated on the close of every candle. So the shorter those closes, the more accurate will be. Now this will be wild. We'll watch this, because if Microsoft reverses from this level, again, that's something else that's kind of telling us, hey, if you anchor off, which is always the question, right? And it's funny, he even has a chapter in the book about that. He says, every time I'm asked, or every time I explain anchored VWAP, the question is, by the way, if you end up buying this book, I'm in the back twice, I think. He always talks about, what's the chapter here? He calls it kind of the art of it, right? Because, yeah, where to set the anchor is chapter 4, because that's the question, and that's always the art behind it. So for intraday trading, I've made it really simple, in which I simply just go and say, okay, sorry, just moving my stop for CVS up a bit, lock in some more profits. The simplest thing is kind of the highs and the lows, right? You can make it really simple for anchored VWAP, right? Just the high of the day and the low of the day. So you wait for the first kind of action to trade off, and you trade in the high of the day or the low of the day. Seems to just make the most sense, because ideally you're anchoring off where the algorithms are interested, and also just where human nature is interested, which is just to say, if you were buying from here or selling for here, then that's kind of the move, right? Yeah, good luck, sold out on Amazon. He's actually has a tweet out there. If anyone understands Amazon selling and wants to hit him up on Twitter, um, he's having a really hard time getting a hold of someone, because it's selling like hotcakes, and he's just like, I have more that I'm trying to send you guys, and I want you guys to be able to hold more of my inventory at a time, and he can't. But I think there's going to be an ebook coming out soon if you just want to do that. But again, he's a friend, and I'm allowed to say this now, but I couldn't for months. He actually sent me a few chapters months and months and months ago to read, so I could write a review. And yeah, so if you get it, then I'm in the back, the far back, because I'm not very popular. But for a review for kind of how I was just talking about how good it was. So yeah, so that's the idea from a day trading point of view, is you anchor it from major inflection points. So like the other thing we did the other day on the SPY, let's do a 5-minute chart. This is what, yeah, when me and Barry were chatting yesterday, right? I said, oh, well, I wonder what happens if you just anchored it from here. And you can see the second it broke and closed below that, that would have been an epic short. And then the second it broke back above it and closed below it, that would have been an amazing long. Again, the idea is, if you want to Google anchoring bias, I think that has a lot to do with it. But it's one of those things where anchoring bias is very important. It just means, you can get anchored to a number pretty quickly. And then simple things like, I actually put out a tweet, and I was on with a couple other nerdy technical analysts who really liked this tweet, where, and I think I mentioned this yesterday too, where I was looking at the anchored VWAP on the SPY from all-time highs, right? So you can just slap one there at all-time highs, and you can see this line now represents the average, where the average market participant is if you started buying the SPY at all-time highs and you just averaged into the SPY basically all last year from all-time highs down. And you can see the second we hit that recently, we dropped. We spent a couple days above it here and sold off. And now we've actually broke through it and we're coming back. And so far, the last 2 days lows, not including today, held right to a tick. So if we start to move from there, again, it's a just like people use regular moving averages, it's a dynamic line of support and resistance, simply put. Now, to me, it makes more sense than that because a 10-day moving average, I know Steve used that, so I'm not throwing shade or anything. It's just simply the last 10 prices. That's it. So if one day was like an earnings day with a whole bunch of action and the next day was nothing that no one cared about, a moving average gives an equal amount of weight to those, where an anchored VWAP basically just says that day that everybody was really concerned about the trading, that I'm going to give that more weight than the day that no one cared. So simply put, so that was like a 20-minute rant for that question. I told you guys I took my pre-workout before getting on here. Can you explain a bit how you decide where to place the anchor? So again, this is the question, but the simplest answers are always going to be major highs and lows. From a day trading, right? It's going to be the opening price, going to be highs or lows, or any big event that occurred. And it's going to be kind of the same thing when it comes to swing trading. You can anchor it from an important high and low. Like, for example, this that I just anchored this one to is that CPI low. Remember, we gapped down huge and just ripped and just blew the face off of shorts and closed at highs of the day, right? And that's actually the low of the market for months now. So that would make sense to anchor it to, right? All-time highs is where this one comes from. That would make sense to anchor it to. So major events when it comes to highs and lows would be big. Also, gaps and earning events as well. Maybe Apple's not a good one to look for gaps. But yeah, so you could see, right, there was some kind of action here. But, for Apple, just looking at this chart, I'd probably anchor it from this swing high. Looks like an interesting event. You can see it acted as resistance for a while, and then it gapped through. That kind of thing like that. So gaps, if you're someone who studies volume, you could put on volume and just look for large volume spikes. Right? We had a large volume spike a couple days ago because of earnings. Things like that make sense as well. Right. Big gaps. So like Man U was one that I was kind of looking at here. You can see this is when there was earning or the rumors of, I think it was some sort of buyout or they were putting them up for sale or something started. Right on this candle right here, you can see a massive volume spike and a big move. And then from there was just gap, gap, gap. You anchor a VWAP right there, and then look what happens on that pullback, and then look what happens on this pullback. So again, the beauty of this, the thing I like about this, and I've talked about this when I was studying the strat, just so people know, part of what I do at Trade Ideas is I study other people's trading methodologies, and I decide and try to kind of champion what to build into the system. The thing I like about this anchored VWAP style is that you're trend following in nature, right? If you're anchoring a VWAP to this event and you're saying, I'm going to look to buy strength after pullbacks to this anchored VWAP, well, that means you're buying dips. You're just finding an area to buy pullbacks in a place that makes sense. So what does that mean? It means if you're buying pullbacks, it means you're not FOMO chasing stupid meme stocks or something just because they're going up. It means you're trading with the trend. You're not, waiting for a stock to get cratered and say, that's where I'm going to buy it. So that's another benefit of it. And B, your risk reward is probably going to be pretty good. So on Man U, if you bought as it bounced off this anchored VWAP and your stop's right here, where you're wrong pretty quickly. And those to me are kind of the core tenets of profitable trading. I have a systematic reason for entry and exit. It is trend following in nature, and it's not FOMO chasing, junk as it's kind of rocketing. So those are the kind of the three tenets I would say of profitable trading. But yeah, so this isn't a system in and of itself, right? You're not just going to buy something because it crosses through a random anchored VWAP. But what you can do, so for example, TI strength is the relative strength scanner that we've come up with. Um, these have been mathematically proven to beat the market over 5 years of back testing and then a couple years of forward testing. So what you may do is scan through something like this and say, okay, I have relative strength on my side. I have a statistical advantage in the market. Now, part of my analysis may simply just be I'm going to look for, um, I'm going to look for breaks of anchored VWAPs, or I'm going to look for pullbacks to anchored VWAPs, that kind of thing. Now, there will be some anchored VWAP specific scans coming to the Market Explorer soon as I can build them in. But yeah, I would say this is the way I look at this. Now again, Brian Shannon is kind of devoted to this stuff because he just spends so much time looking at it. But for me, I look at it like anything else: is that your reason for entering and exiting a trade can be anything. It could be you like the news event that occurred, or you like the story or something like that. For me, it's generally relative strength. It's what is outperforming the market, and that's why I came up with this algorithm. Like, this is stuff that's outperforming the market. So then what I may do, I think it's Flex. I made a video on my YouTube channel about yesterday, down a little bit today. But you may take something like this and say, okay, Flex is really, really strong. It's putting in a little of a bull flag right here, and then you just may add anchored VWAP to part of this analysis and say, okay, maybe that's where your stop's going to go, or something like that, right? So, right, just to say, none of this is a trading system in and of itself, but it can be in addition to other trading systems, right? So, and again, the where to anchor part, he says, again, there's a whole chapter in his book, and it just kind of reads with, this is the art behind it, right? That's the stuff that's just going to take time to try to figure out the tweaking of, and where do I think that large institutions or brokers or other traders, where do I think that they are going to have their anchor set? So where do I think, if I am someone who's trying to get a good price on Apple, because that's basically, I guess, if you really wanted to sum it up bluntly, this is where you think that Apple or whatever is a fair price to buy, and you're basing performance off of it, right? So we just saw that there was a big volume spike right here. So you may say, okay, that one's interesting. That was probably an earnings event or something to that effect, right? So that might be an interesting one to anchor to, right? I see, you saw when I drew this up, is that this is a major low. So I'd try there. And then this is another major low, right? So you could give that one a shot, right? And then, do that kind of thing where you're just looking at swing lows and swing highs. Where did buyers and sellers end up taking control? So I'm still working to see how this is going to enter um my swing trading. But again, for my day trading, it's becoming pretty simple as a way for me to systematize my entry and exits on things that I like anyway. Right. So I don't know the news on Man U. I know anything that has like buyout rumors and stuff, I usually try to stay away from. But yeah, so this one was, I talked about how CVS bounced right off its VWAP after breaking it. And then Fox was pushing up here. And I was like, okay, maybe this will bounce off its VWAP and push lower. But one thing I like about it is it's keeping me out of trades, because I just anchored a VWAP from there on Fox and said, okay, if we reverse and break down here, that'll be my short. and it just never did. So as soon as it kind of spent some time above VWAP, I sent them out. So again, it's nothing's perfect, nothing's magic, but it's just a way that I'm helping systematize entries and exits, which is making my life way easier, right? And I implore you, if you're someone out there who is struggling, I think thinking in systems is actually a is that the book? I think so. I think that was the one that I read. Trying to bring up my Audible here. Thinking in systems. Yeah, that was another one. Uh, Yellow Meadows, Thinking in Systems. Pick up something like that, because I find when I run into, because I have my own YouTube channel and website and all that kind of stuff where I talk to a lot of traders. The ones that struggle either don't have a system, or they're kind of just bouncing around. They can't settle on a system. They just keep going from one to another to another to another. So whatever you find, you have to have done enough work behind it so you can kind of settle on it and say, okay, this is what I'm going to try, going forward. And for me, my trading is simple, right? I look for pullbacks, and flags in underlying trends on relative strength stuff, where something like anchored VWAP may help with that, is basically just to say maybe I can use it for stop loss and entry criteria to help smooth out those decision points. Because I will promise you, from a trading or investing or whatever point of view, your life gets way easier when you stop, like, I'm going to read this news thing and that news thing and this headline and that headline, and try to figure out how all of these things will work together to make me money. And you just develop a systematic way of looking at the market, which will just be, I look for X and I enter when Y occurs, and right, real, more basic ways of looking at the market. Your performance will probably be way better, and your peace of mind will definitely be insanely better. Did I miss anything? I just ranted for 40 minutes straight. Get me caffeinated and get me on here longer. I'll just start screaming at people. Um, Stay simple. Yeah. That's the most, and that's in the book as well, where he talks about how simplicity is the market's greatest disguise. A lot of people say, uh, the that if you're doing something, a lot of people overcomplicate the investing process and the trading process. They say, "Hey, I need to read everyone's earnings report and this and that and the other thing," and I promise you, you don't. Um, this game is not one that the more work and thinking you put into something, the better it gets, right? So, what's the name of the new book? Well, first of all, good luck getting it, but it is Maximum Trading Gains with Anchored VWAP. But if you just Google book by Brian Shannon, there should be two that pop up. One's about anchored VWAP, one's not. I recommend both. I have a signed copy of his other book behind me too, which I recommend as well, especially for new traders to technical analysis. I think it's a good one. To anchor, first you click on the little pencil guy up here, and then you can see the anchor. But yeah, the little pencil guy will drop down this menu, and then you'll click from there. So, what is criteria for a major event? Again, I would just do large volume, large gap, um, a large candle, like a candle that is bigger than any other candles you see. But again, that's going to be the subjectivity of it, right? So you look at this gap right here, you say, okay, this is a major gap from 15 to 20, just using manu because I had it open. So you can just anchor it from there. Right. So what you may do is something simple like saying, okay, well, if I'm interested in buying manu, I'm not going to buy it as long as it's under the anchored view out from this gap. Because what that means is that anybody who was long before this gap or into this gap is losing money. And you can see actually act as resistance kind of perfectly right here. And if you had just stayed out of this name until it cleared, even if you got kind of suckered in here and you took a small loss, that's fine. But if you had stayed out of this name until it had broken that area, then right, you end up missing it. And that's probably true for a lot of these. So, I know a lot of his analysis on might be on stuff like Peloton, right? His argument would be there's no reason owning any Peloton as long as it won't even draw that anchored view out because it's so high and so long ago, right? Inside trade is we only have the regular anchored view app or the regular view app. What I'm showing you here is just on the chart, right? So again, it's not meant to be a trading system. It's just meant to be a drawing tool, kind of like a trend line. So I'm watching Peloton, right? So what I may do is just anchor a view app here for Peloton and say, okay, if I can get somewhere in this area for Peloton, then that's kind of interesting to me. Do I think Peloton's ever going to go back to $100? Absolutely not. I think those people are going to be underwater for the rest of their lives. But as time goes on and this anchored view app rises, there may be an area to pick up some because I don't read the news. I don't care about the news. But whatever happened on earnings was good because it went from 13 to 16 and it's been holding up for the last few days. So this is a kind of trade setup that I like where whatever happened was good for Peloton. So what I need is just an area or a systematic way to enter or exit. Right. So there's a couple ways to do that. One, you could just say, oh, I'm just going to draw some trend lines, right, and wait for a trend line to break, which is fine. I may do, right, you may anchor a view app from the high of this candle right here and just say, hey, if it closes above that, that'll be my entry point with maybe a stop below this one, something like that. Moving averages are also something that makes sense. But again, for me, it's not a magic bullet or a magic system, but it's just a way to systematize things that I would already do. Like I would never be involved in Peloton through all this kind of stuff. I think this is insanity. But now that it's made a bottom and it's based for months and months and months and months, and now it's broken out of that base, well, now I'm going to start looking at this for, again, a trade. I don't think it's ever going back to 100. I think we're going to look at a bicycle with an iPad strapped to it. That's the time we should have sold everything, is when that was a popular stock. But yeah, so then it's just I need a reason to pull the trigger, right? Because with trading, that's what it should be. You shouldn't just say, hey, I like this because it's overbought or oversold, or I like the story, or I like the earnings, or whatever, right? It should be okay. It's you need when will I pull the trigger, and then where will my stop be, right? So, again, a simple thing might be I might just zoom into a shorter term. Right? You could do a 60-minute chart or something like that, and just say, okay, I'll anchor a VWAP here from the very high of this. You can see that sitting around $16. So you may say, okay, if we get and hold above $16, that might be my entry into this setup that I like on Peloton, that could be my entry. And then my stop loss could kind of just go below this $15 that we bounced here and there. So now instead of just chasing something because you like it or because it's moving up, you're able to say, okay, this is a very systematic approach that I now have to this name. I know where I'm going to get in to give it a shot. I know where I'm going to get out if I'm wrong. I'm not just buying, like, I really don't like buying stuff that's tanking, right? I'm waiting for there to be evidence that there are buyers in the stock by waiting for it to move up. And again, I have just a very systematic way to trade it, right? A very simple ideal, right? And again, I just think that's the best way to take a look at something like that. And see, if you anchor the view app right from the earnings release as well, that's also sitting around $16. So I could just right click, create my price alert, let me know when this thing breaks $16. And there I've got my trade plan. Or if you're trading with Interactive Brokers or E-Trade, which I do, but I just shut all that down when I come on here so you guys don't see my account numbers and stuff. Do I have Brokers Plus open already? Yes. Oh, it's right here. Duh. Right. So I could just connect your Interactive Brokers account or your E-Trade account to trade ideas, and I could just say, I'm just going to put a buy order out there. And now I don't have to think about it. Right. So there. So when I'm done talking to you guys, that's something I will just do when I sign back into things. Like, there is my entry, there is my stop loss, and now this trade's taken care of. Right here, it looks like on the daily chart. So either we're not going to break it, or we'll break down, in which case there'll be no trade. It will break $16 a share, and then I will buy some, and my stop loss will be under 15. So worst case scenario, I'll lose, again, whatever I've programmed into the system to allow me to lose. Best case scenario, this thing takes a shot at 20, and then this dollar I'm risking turns into $4 of profit or 4-to-1 risk reward. That's great, right? That's all I look for. Say a 50-50 win rate, and then multiple times my risk is all that matters, right? CPRI. Yeah, no. See, this is a stock that I would be interested in shorting because it's the opposite of Peloton, right? I don't know what they talked about. I don't care. But the market hated it. So it had earnings this morning, and it tanked down from 70 to now 48. And again, I don't overbought and oversold's a fallacy. I will say I would look at, just before you're interested in trading any of those things, I would actually look at the statistics and the numbers behind it, because that's something that's been run so many times, right? Or buying things because they're oversold and selling things because they're overbought, right? So CPRI, if you had shorted at 28 because it was overbought, you would have lost more than double your money, right? If you had bought it because it was oversold right here at 30, you would have lost most of your money, right? So even on this one stock, there's a lot of evidence that overbought and oversold just doesn't work. But across the entire market, again, this is just something that's been studied ad nauseum. Buying things that are overbought and selling things that are oversold just does not work on any time frame, on any market in the long run. Quite the opposite. There are some systems and strategies out there that will buy things as soon as they become overbought and sell things as soon as they come oversold. And those seem to perform way better. Another way to use overbought, oversold indicators is you look for when, and this is, if you're interested, you can look up Andrew Caldwell, who was called Dr. RSI. And what he would do is he would look at a stock and he'd say, hey, if on pullbacks, the RSI can't get below 40, I'm going to say that's a really strong stock, and I'm going to buy pullbacks in that stock. Or if as it's tanking, the when it or as the market is selling, if when on bounces, let me see if I can find one here. If on bounces the RSI can't get over 70 or can't get overbought, then I'm going to say that's a very weak stock and I'm going to sell it. Right. So I think ARC is actually a good example of this. Right. So yeah, kind of all through here, all through this downtrend on every bounce. This is 60 on the RSI. It was never able to get over 70. So by simply forgetting about the overbought, oversold, in which in the long run, it doesn't matter what happened on a single trade, in the long run is a losing strategy, and saying, hey, this one can't ever get overbought. So it's weak. So I should just sell every time, kind of I get a flag break or something like that. Or again, this could be a way to combine indicators into a strategy. You could simply say, okay, well, what I'm going to do is because the RSI can never get over 60 on this, I'm just going to anchor VWAPs from swing lows. And when those VWAPs break, that will be my area short. So you could short ARC at 96. That would have been a great one. Here's another swing low. So we just anchor a VWAP from there. Right. You could say, okay, well, I'm going to short right here at 69, probably stop at 79. So $10. Then that fell. And there's another significant swing low. And then you just keep doing this until it stops working or until, right? So this would have been a short at 65 and your stop probably would have gone 72. And then that just fell apart to 40, which would have been a great one. So just being able to go through and say, okay, these are ways I can combine systems. But again, I will say, and they cover this extensively in the CMT, that using overbought and oversold in indicators is just a net losing game. So there's using that, right? You could, like, the one argument I've seen for ARC recently is if you go back from when it bottomed into here, it barely can get under 30. And what was the RSI reading on this last swing low? 43. No, 29.7, right? So this can barely get oversold in this area. It can't really, right? 0.5 under 30, I don't think counts. So then that could be, okay, now that's the moment of accumulation, because you always got to know, you always got to look at what do these indicators actually mean? What does the mathematics behind these mean? And one of the things is the person who builds the mathematics behind these indicators for these things. What I look for is actually into the mathematics. And basically, when the RSI is pushing down, it means there's more big red candles than green candles. It's the long story short, right? It's basically averaging the amount of green candles, the number and their size, versus the red candles, the numbers and their size. That's what I never understood of why something overbought, oversold makes sense, where it's basically saying, hey, if there's way more green candles than red candles, and the green candles are larger than the red candles, you should sell. And for me, I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. The other way to me makes sense. And again, that's what the back tests and the trading of people do. The other use for RSI, which I can't really see one here, but we actually have a scanner for, is divergences. And I'll quickly chat about RSI divergence. There should be more of these as well coming in soon. So let's look for a nice clean one. Just something that looks to be able to demonstrate.
So how long are you going to keep talking, Michael?
Forever.
I mean, my goodness, man.
I am
Like you just
caffeinated
drone
to hell.
on and on and on about this and that, destroying people's dreams about using RSI.
I was actually
mean,
going to talk about one of the main benefits of RSI, which
okay, go
is
ahead.
these RSI divergences, which have been tested. I need to find one that looks good. This one's okay. Basically, what you're doing is you're looking for a lower low on price and then an equal to higher low in the RSI. So we talk about what the math behind these means, and essentially just means, it's averaging the amount of red candles and their size and the blue candles and their size. And so if the price is making a lower low, but then the RSI is making a higher low, then it's saying, okay, on this down move, there was way less giant red candles than on the last down move. So for people who like to pick bottoms, which I am not one, they can use that as a sign to say, okay, maybe we're turning here, right? Maybe on this down move, just trying to find one super clean. Here's one. We'll zoom in here. On this last down move, there's just less momentum. So you can see here, price made a lower low in through here, and RSI is starting to make a higher low. So it's basically saying that this last push down took way less momentum than this push down. And that may be running out of steam, right? Again, I am a trend follower. I don't like to buy stuff that's getting hammered, right? ABBV, I don't know what happened, but the market doesn't like it. So I would avoid this one. But if you're interested in buying falling knives and you want to use an oscillator to do it, I would check that out. Same thing can be done with the MACD, stochastics, all that kind of stuff, but not for me.
Michael,
Barry.
just to let you know, I got rid of all my docking. Okay, I had a non-dock version kind of my docking layout. Huge difference.
Oh, that's good. Well,
Huge
that's
difference. I don't know if if it's going to last. I wanted to do it now while we're still in the middle of the market. I didn't want to do it after hours because that's not a good enough test.
yeah.
But right now, I can say that this has been a huge difference without docking anything.
That will
And
help them
so,
diagnose, I'm sure. And
mhm,
that's it always seems to be, well, now, and the more we deal with the dev side of things, the more it's like they need a very specific I was doing this and then I did this and then
yeah,
I
yeah,
sneezed and I did that and then that's when
yeah.
things broke. So hopefully that will help with diagnosis, but I can't ever go back to non-docking. And I just think it's the fact like, like I've got these are the two docs that I run. And I think
Hmm.
this is all I have for the audience watching. I don't do
Right,
anything special. This is my swing trading setup, and then I've got my day trading setup. And for
right.
me, I just like the cleanness of um, when I'm done day trading,
No
I
question.
right, I just
No
minimize
question.
this. Like, okay, I'm done day
Yeah.
trading for the day. That's gone. And now I can focus on this. So I'm going to be stuck with maybe the slowest charts, but hopefully that puts them on the right path to say, okay, maybe we figured it out.
Well, the thing for me, of course, is that I don't change my layout, excuse me, at all. So during the day, I'm not going through different
Yes. Yeah.
layouts, so I don't doesn't really make that much difference to me. It was just, but you're right, it looks a lot nicer, it's not cleaner, the whole bit. But if that's what it takes for me anyway, I mean, it's not mandatory for me to have docking at all. It was just a
No,
nice.
it's different. It's different hats, right? So I wear my day trader hat for the first hour, and then I take
Hmm.
that off, and then I wear my builder hat where I'm building things with the Market Explorer and all of that, which I have another dock for, and then I have my swing trader hat, which I always do in the last hour of the day. So for me, it's very plus the I what I'm showing you guys now is just a quarter of my monitor. I've got one of those like obnoxiously large. I always just do the joke. We've all seen the meme of like the doctor told me I could only have one drink, and the guy's got like a massive drink.
Yeah, yeah,
It's the same. I always brag about how I only use one monitor to trade, but it's like a 43-inch just giant thing. So the ability to expand and contract and have the whole thing move
yeah. Hmm.
is hugely important for me. But um,
I
did
could go
you?
to that. And the only problem is I obviously I don't want to expose my broker's account there. So how would you
Yeah,
do that? Can you segment it on the large monitor, or no, all or
yeah.
nothing?
So what I'm showing again, it's a little bit different for me as a Mac guy. But what I'm showing is I'm just showing you guys my virtual machine. So like Around this machine that you guys can't see, I have like, StreamYard where I can see the chat and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, I
So
see.
yeah, I just segment. So I just show you, but within StreamYard, I think you can actually just point it to a dock and you could say, this is the only thing I want to show you guys is this one dock, and then everything else around it, they don't get to see. Right. So,
I see. Okay.
um,
Interesting.
something that will be cool that I've been playing with. I don't know if you saw this yesterday, Barry. Well, I posted in our little trader chat there. These are daily charts, but these will be coming soon to the intraday charts. Is I've kind of figured out a way to make our bull flag bear flag scanner just way better. And if you
Mm-hmm.
look at all these things, they're all just condensing very, very nicely.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so this is something I'm experimenting with
That's on a daily
daily
chart.
charts.
That's a
But yeah,
daily.
it will
Okay.
be just changing the time frame when it
Sure.
comes to, because this is a very interesting pattern for intraday
Mm-hmm.
action. So this
Mm-hmm.
combined with high relative volume names, just looking for again these really, really tight flags, I think will be cool. So this is the we were just talking about me going into builder mode, and that's what this will look like. But again, I'm super excited for this kind of stuff. Um,
So, Michael, how hard? I mean, I know you don't probably know the exact answer to this question, but how hard do you think it would be with this anchored VWAP for them to stay on the charts as opposed to disappearing and coming? Because it right now it's a non-starter for me then because I just can't work that way.
um, so first of all, this is the hack that I've come across. I can share it with you. Well, it needs a doc though, but I have all of these like slide out charts. So you
Hmm.
can see like BP. This was another trade today. I took off the anchored VWAP. I
Right.
just click a button and the chart slides out. Um, so I can just kind of put it away. And then I can slide it out, and my anchored VWAP's always there. And I've just got 4 here that I can just go through and I can kind of pop through these. So that's my hack for now. But I did talk to Tim, and I don't know if you've ever chatted with Tim before, but
No.
Tim is the um, quote unquote my dev. He works on the charts and he works on the Market Explorer, which are kind of the areas that I'm focused on right now.
Hmm.
And I asked him, and he said it's certainly possible. They're going to wait until the new HTML5 charts because they're just building everything into that.
Right.
But he said it's certainly possible. He just needs to circle back with the powers that be to basically make sure saving, because it's saving a little bit of code across everybody's charts all the time, right? So
Yeah. Yeah.
if you anchored a VWAP on XYZ low float stock and then you want it to remain there, but then you may never look up like this TNXP, right? So this is came up on that scan that I'm building of these bull flags and bear flags. I actually picked up a little bit today. Um, right, just really tight trade, but I'm just using this as an example. Um, if this rockets over the next few days to $2 or so and I sell it, then I may never look at this company ever again for the rest of my life. Right.
And
So
yet you've got those indicators in there.
exactly. So it's
Yeah.
like
Okay.
it's going to exist on the chart. And not only that, it's going to calculate because the anchored VWAP recalculates with every day worth of action. That I think the worry that they have in the back end is there's just going to be tons of people with tons of these anchored VWAPs just recalculating every day.
Hmm.
So the solution I gave for that is how about we hold them for like a couple weeks or a month or something and have like a trailing, like if you anchored a VWAP on something and you have, and you did it a month ago, then maybe
Right.
it kills it. So it's just a way to kind of stop that. Um,
Michael,
you
I
know,
could even say something if they are intraday anchored VWAPs, get rid of them at the end of the day, just wipe them all out because quite frankly, they're not useful for the next day.
Yeah, well, that's the kind of thing I was thinking is that, depending on time frame, just have
Hmm.
it die at a certain time, right? And that
Yeah.
may be a way to, and they liked that answer. So I think it's one of those things that the answer is yes. they'll do it. The question is, right, how long,
When?
right?
Yeah.
And I also brought up, if you are playing, I don't know if you've been playing much with, I talked to Brad and he said, don't even bother reporting bugs for the new HTML charts because they're
I
just,
tried one yesterday, Michael, and my system froze.
yeah, so they're
Literally it
just,
froze. So I'm not going to do it again, obviously.
it's just so early alpha that he was
Hmm.
just like, don't bother. He's like, basically
Right.
all the bugs that you're going to report, we know about. They just wanted to get something in our hands to test like server load.
Hmm.
But yeah, so currently, if you ever do play with them, you can only draw one right now at a time.
Hmm.
They know that, and that's going to be updated too. So um,
Okay.
I'm kind of helping spearhead the new charts as the resident chart nerd.
Hmm.
So hopefully, I'll have some say to help, kind of push things in the right direction. But we will see.
Okay, my friend, I'll let you go now. I'll take
Cool.
over in the both rooms now, so I'll get my
Right.
stream going. You can
Usually,
see it's
yes.
sort of ugly looking now because it's not all pretty doc, but I'll try to prettify it up after hours a little bit. But
I wouldn't. I I have faith. I know faith wavers sometimes, but they really just need to find, because I was talking to Dave and Michael about this, and their biggest problem was just saying, um, "Hey, we don't know, right, what's causing this," and that's
mhm.
that. I know as a dev, that's the biggest problem, right? So now that it seems like um, there may be something to do with the docs, then hopefully that narrows it down so I could see a point in which there is some sort of a change soon. So
Now, I
I
don't know
just
if you're
basically,
seeing my screen, but I mean, I mean, this is acceptable to me. I'm clicking on the alerts, and I don't know if you're actually looking, but
I am, yeah. Now
I
what
mean,
what Chris was actually suggesting, and what I'm going to try right when I close this down, well, I'm going to take the dogs for a walk and then I'm going to try, was actually, so, and this is, I love talking about this inside. I love that we do this and most companies don't. We talk inside baseball with our clients listening, as opposed to kind of,
yeah,
veiling everything. But um and this, I'm sure but both the races that you're looking at right now
yeah.
and the single stock window that you're looking at right now are basically now just glorified websites, right?
Hmm.
So that's what we say when we say they're HTML5 versions. They're basically websites. So what Chris was
Right.
asking is, if you close down all of the components that are websites or website related, does that speed things up? Now, for you, don't. That's why I said don't worry about it, Barry, because that would mean you have to close down your races and your single stock windows, and that would leave you kind of hamstrung with a big hole in the middle of your screen. But what I'm going to do
Exactly.
when I get back is I'm going to close those things down, and then because you can turn the races so that they're not HTML5, but then your
Yeah,
single
and I don't
your
like that.
no,
Yeah, I mean, I like the
they're
big font.
well, and they're way smoother and better
Exactly. Well,
before.
that's the other way. Yeah, of
But
course,
that
you're right.
was, and
That's
I
the
think
reason.
his theory is because so again, I love talking this with clients, but the idea is, as soon as we make everything HTML5, um, the we can do more stuff on our server as opposed to your guys's, which is on your local computer, which is great. The other benefit is that we can make Mac versions and Linux versions and iPhone versions and iPad versions, because like every device in the world can run HTML5, right? It's just like a website. Um, but I think what Chris is thinking is that some of this kind of chart wonkiness seemed to have started when we started to make this switch into HTML5 stuff. So if we close everything, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to close everything down that's HTML5, which again is the single stock window, which you can't change, and the
Hmm.
races. Does that fix it? Because if it does, again, that gives them another area to look at. So,
Well, and the frustrating thing too, Michael, is that 3 weeks ago, a month ago, I can't tell exactly when I had all my it was perfect.
mhm.
I mean, the charts were running perfectly quickly, and yet I had the fully docked version. I was using HTML in the races and the single stock window. So it's just frustrating because every time they do something, it seems to just like they are enhancing one aspect, and then for some reason it causes a detraction in another aspect. And it's always seems to be the charts that get hammered.
Well,
So
yeah,
it can happen. I mean, it can be done. With docking and HTML, it can be done, but I don't know what happens in the interim when they make a change.
no, well, that's but the big thing is we're kind of attacking things from two angles at once, which ideally, and I bet you if you pinned a dev down, you asked them this, he said ideally it's not what you want to do, but it's also the question is how fast do we want to do improvements, right? So the two fronts that we're doing at the same time is this, webified HTML5, Mac version, cheaper version, iPad version, all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And then the other side of things is the AWS move. So from going from physical servers to this digital servers. I think where things really got screwed up is that we're trying to hit both of those at the same time. And I think the
Hmm.
reason for it is that whenever this bear market ends and business starts to pick up, we want to be ready to go. Um, but I think the problem is by hitting both of those at the same time, it's kind of really stretched things too thin.
Hmm.
One of those that maybe if we could go back, we would have done one than the other. Maybe they're again, I'm not a dev, so maybe it had to happen like this, right? They're both like interconnected in a way that it just you had no choice, right?
Hmm.
Um, but what I've heard and what I hope is that okay, now that we've got the switch out of the way, and as we start to slowly roll out this HTML5 stuff, we just got to figure out a way to kind of make them kind of work together or click together, right? So
Right. All right. And unfortunately, as we've been talking and I've been loading more charts, it is starting to slow down a little bit again. And I'm just
yeah, I'm
wondering,
gonna
is it, it's an accumulation in the database or something that eventually, the more charts I click on or symbols I click on, the
Yeah,
database
that's what
gets.
I think he's thinking, right? So again, you can't test this because it would mean again closing down your races in your single stock window. But when I'm back from kicking my dogs that are have to go,
Okay.
I'm going to do it, and I think Chris is going to do it as well, and just see if that fixes it. Because if it does, then again we can say okay, something that you guys did to the single stock window and or the races broke something, and then at least they have
Right.
one area of the platform to look at.
I better get back in there, Michael. My message that I was gone has disappeared, so they may not know
Okay,
where I am. Okay, so I'll thanks a
spent
lot. Thanks a lot for
too
filling
long
in
at the
for
pub.
Jamie. Okay.
No
Okay. Bye-bye.
problem. Talk to you soon. Bye bye.
Okay. Sorry about that, guys. And I went back. You might see a slight change. I took all my docked windows out. Everything is now free floating. For a while, all my charts were loading pretty quickly, but I'm noticing that it's getting just a little bit of the lag again. There's that weekly chart not loading, like when I first started, and it might be just the database is, as I click more and more charts. Anyway, um, how about that RSLS? My goodness, you talk about something that went up and then down. My goodness. So they did their financing. Was it a financing? And I think, yeah, it was a financing, reverse split a few weeks ago. So it got all the way up to 823 and then the big sell off. Not shortable for me. So I can't talk for Michael. I doubt if he uses pre-market. Well, yes, no, he uses. Yeah, he does use pre-market data. Yes, talked about that yesterday because if you looked at his charts, talking to someone in our YouTube room, if you look at his charts, he had the pre-market shading, the tan area. So he does use pre-market data. Meanwhile, guys, KPRX lift mode right now. Lift mode right now. And the next high looking left is at 749. Whew. A double RBI, one to almost tank. Because if I take a look at it, so yes here, not quite there because you know the topping tail is a little bit above that previous green candle. It's close because the bottom tail is within, but this one definitely. You're talking about the 12 o'clock 15-minute candle engulfed by the 11:45, and then that 12:30 is almost. You know, the high right there is what 411.81, and the high there was 412, so about 19 cents above. Very close. It's like trying to find a four-leaf clover. Two in a row, probably very rare. Yeah, I'm going to try something here. Not going to be pretty. Okay, guys. So yeah, I'm in this KD. I should have mentioned this. I am in the KD. It hasn't really moved yet, but I am in the KD. It did get over 16. Minute 16:06. So yeah, I had my alert set just over 16. Pulled back a little, waited on it. So I took this at 16:06, and this is an earnings play. And yeah, we'll see what happens. I think when we look left on the weekly chart, had some room. Well, not a lot really. I guess I should have really looked at this, but 1625 is the next high on the weekly chart. This is back in about a year ago. And then 1663. So if it can get through the 1625, we've got a shot maybe at that 1660 level. I did not get back into this KPRX, and again, you've got to be awfully careful. I mean, that float is it's wonderful when it's working for you, not so great when it's working against you. So if you take any one of these, you really have to manage your trade. I mean, you know, this thing pops like that, you've got to take some profit, in my opinion. This Avro, I guess Avro got halted and then resumed. Wow, got halted at 107, and wow, what a move! Got up to 179. This is when I was on my break, following a Street Insider Report suggesting the company is exploring a potential sale. Okay. So that's your reason. All right, guys, the KD is at a really important level right here. Let's see if I can take it out. That's not it. 1625, isn't that what I said? Actually, 1617, so it's above that. 1603, yeah, 1625. Boy, if we can take out that 1625, then the next high in the weekly chart is up at 1663. So the first things first, let's see if we can take out that 1625. Michael, I've seen Capri. You know, we know it's an earnings play. We know. It was in my talked about it in the pre-market. Yeah, I mean, just absolutely got killed. I mean, not only through the 200-day moving average, even. I'm sure people up here thought, I'm safe, you know, at the 200-day. But yeah, yeah. So we saw this in the pre-market. This is an earnings play. So Under Armour. Now man, looked at Under Armour probably back here around 1060. I talked myself out of it. I think because of this 1036 or even up here, but now it's underneath 10. Another retailer taking it on the chin. Under Armour UA. Look at all these topping tails. This is not a confidence builder for KPRX guys. One, two, three, four big ones. You know, remember what they mean. Buyers had it up here. Sellers close it here. Buyers try it again. Sellers close it way down here, and then their big sell off. And they try again, get it all the way up to 711. But the sellers are knocking it down. Not shortable for me. Well, the AI is nothing but persistent. I mean, MSGM certainly wasn't working at the beginning. This was a short at 1682, but now look at it, and it did the same thing 2 days ago. 2 days ago. All right, guys. Well, I don't know. I took some out at the 1618 mark for the KD. Again, I'm always wary of trying to break a high, and that 1625 may be too hard. What did it get to? Got up to literally 1622, and 1625 is key to get through. It may not do it. So again, this is, for me, it's frustrating because these are, when you get a decent, well, for me anyway, I thought it was a decent looking setup over the whole number and just not a lot of follow through. It's been that kind of a day. I mean, how ugly was AI? I mean, it was beautiful for when it got up to 28.44 and then nothing. And I understand. I mean, there's going to be profit taking and all, but I'd like to see maybe just a rest. Maybe some small red candles, just some small ones, kind of maybe even consolidation red, but just basically almost giving it all up. Very difficult. All right, guys, it is 1:29, so I think I'll do my video now. Give me a moment, please, guys. I'm trying to, I'm having it. Okay. Okay. Okay, guys, so what time is it? 1:31. So I should be back by about 1:41, certainly no later than. Where's my all right, muting myself. All right, guys, I'm back. Boy, look at that KPRX. You talk about a wild trader right now, guys. KPRX, wild trader. I guess the best thing you can say about it, it's definitely making higher lows. Look at that 15-minute chart. I'm going to draw a trend line up there. I don't draw trend lines. I can eyeball this. I can tell higher lows right now. Relax. Hello, real. Wow. Now, wow. Look at wow. Wide open west. Look at this thing, crater here. The next low looking left is 1136. VSAT is another earnings play, guys. Boy, this is a big drop. Didn't see this in the pre-market. Why? Didn't do anything. Didn't do anything after hours yesterday, which is when they released earnings. Didn't really do anything in the pre-market. Market had to open for it to take the big drop down for VSAT. Okay, so when you said runs to 200, you meant the 200-day moving average? DAC, not 200 as a price. I mean, I guess it could. I'm looking over here. You mean the 200-day moving average, which is at 894. Yeah, okay. Somebody might have read that and thought it might go to $200. I mean, anything can happen. And it get up to 40. Yeah, because of that low float. Okay, KD, another challenge. Another challenge at that 1620. 16 what? 1625? Yeah, 1625. Come on, one more penny. One more penny. I have taken some out, just that on the 1618 mark. Okay, there we are now, 1625, and we look left, and there it is, right at 1625. And the next high after that is 1663. That's on the weekly chart. Well, another look at all these earnings plays, guys. I mean, there's so many earnings plays now. Another one, MODN. Nothing happening in the pre-market. Nothing. Now look at it. Market had to open for it to just tank. MODN. Yes, it was on my 20-day, it was on my, you know what I want to say? It was on my 20-day daily breakout this morning. You don't see it now because I had to do where's the don't repeat? Yeah, I had to do, you don't see it now because I had to do a reboot of trade ideas. So I've lost everything that was from before. But here it was right there. And it was literally at 9:45. Yeah, 9:45. New York Times did not show up there. And it's probably because, let's see why. Yeah, see, I've still got a pretty tough relative volume filter in there, which is 8. So, I don't get very many, but as you know, I don't mind. But that, yeah, the relative volume is only 7.44. Yeah, I'm happy enough to leave these two at 8. I don't want to get a lot of alerts. It's that simple. I just don't want, now that I have more today, but again, because I had to do a reboot of trade ideas, reloaded it, I lost all the early ones, but I have no problem. And in fact, in this 10-day daily breakout, we've had days where I've had 15 or 20, which I think is actually too many. But typically, I might only get 5. 500 alerts a minute. Not this guy. For me, less is more. Corny, but true. Hain, let's see what's happening with Hain. Hain had a couple of downgrades this morning. Yeah, well, they sort of took effect, I guess. A couple of downgrades this morning for Hain, Hain. So not buying out completely. Okay. So there you go, You get the news that with the Qatari group. This was early, guys. This was really early. This was, well, it's even earlier than 8:26, but on report of Qatari bid interest. But I think people are hoping that they would just take them out when they saw that. So if they're just going to take a minority stake, I mean, it's nice, but it's not what the people want. They want a nice big bid of $30 or something. Mind medicine. This has been really active, guys. Ever for what, 3 weeks or a month, I guess, from 215. So it's a bit of a double, not a bit of a double. It is a double. from the end of beginning of the year. Hmm. Yeah, this one's it's got a little bit of room. INDI, a little bit of room. There's the next low looking left, 765. So what's that? 24 cents. Boy, continuing down this Capri CPRI. What? I mean, you look at a weekly chart. I mean, yeah, there are all these little areas here, but that looks like the big support area around 38. Yeah, that would have shown up in my scan for sure, real. The reason is it didn't is because it was out of the price range that I trade, but no question. Okay, let's take a look at your alert or scan that you've given us. Position in yesterday's range up. So an alert window, okay? What do you got? Okay, so it works in the pre-market. 265. So so it's above yesterday's high, okay. So instead of being below yesterday's range, you're using the low point is 100% below the lower Bollinger Band. You you obviously are not going to get too many pre-market lows, right? Or unless that works in the pre-market. Anyway, let's see what we get here. So this obviously just snuck in here because it just took out yesterday's high. 44.37. So it just snuck in. That's why we're seeing this alert now, I guess. There's just so much. SMLR. Yeah, I don't see any Recent news, I don't see a financing. I don't see anything. Let's take a look at our news. Yeah, I don't see any news. I don't see any news on this SMLR. Well, yeah, well, it's not news related though. This, remember, potential shorts make my watch list too. They, like, I would say that, well, I want to say nothing is on my watch list that has news. A lot of things move because they have news, right? But no, it's just chart related. But that is a big drop. Yesterday or 2 days ago, you had to be some news. 37 down to 24, but I don't see anything. Nothing. Sometimes you see news like this. Maybe it's a dividend or something that, but I don't see that. Just waiting on the KD, guys. Well, wait a minute now, Tank. Don't put any pressure on Real. He may not be back. I think he's probably just going to flit in and out. Oh, HOTH, and this is what's going. This is shortable for me. And look underneath. This was on the 10-day daily breakdown, and look underneath. 307 is the next low looking left. Now the issue is, can I get some share? There are shares available. Okay, another little leg down. So I was able to get some. I mean, the uptick rule was there, but I did get a little fill. Wow, I got a good fill. I got a fill on it. Now the spread is a little wonky. Yeah. I'll get back into that 360. Boy, that was a quick pop down. I almost took some out. I'm talking about the HOTH. It's funny. I mean, look at this KD just sitting at that 16, 24, 25. The spread is bad. How about Lyft? How is it doing? How's Lyft doing? Earnings tomorrow after hours? Did it bounce with, not really. Yeah, it did not bounce with Uber then. You're saying Uber bounced. So this has not bounced. Boy, this has just got, sympathy play for Uber in the pre-market. Uber had, I guess, well, good reaction to its earnings. And then a nice reaction to its earnings. But look at this. I mean, that's the 930 candle. I mean, just absolutely from 37.57 down to 34.43, but a $3 drop. So Uber did not do what Lyft did, that's for sure. Lyft, really fell and it's continuing to fall, and they have earnings after, well, I'm sorry, they have earnings after hours tomorrow, and that is Lyft. Uber had it, of course, this morning. All right, KD, leave it behind, leave 25 behind. Tiva got hit in the pre-market and now it's making a new low. And look at Tiva, got hit in the pre-market. Now it's making a new low right at 10. Wow, I mean, this one, 994 is the next low looking left. After that, 980. So a couple of areas to try to get through. And then 959. So the little areas that it might struggle to get through. KPRX, guys, another little leg up here, guys. Super risky, 1.8, 1.5 million in the float. Look at this move. Challenging now that 749, challenging it. Look at Abby. Okay, well, so this is an earnings play for tomorrow, right? So I don't play earnings at all. Okay. I mean, I don't gamble on earnings. Yeah, I sort of did with the Amazon, but that is like once every 10 years. So if you're asking me, I mean, because it's tomorrow before the market opens, so I just don't even look at, I don't take an earnings play like that. I'll let it have earnings and then decide afterwards. And right now, I mean, this is a stock that is in decline. So unless they come up with some blockbuster earnings, I mean, what's going to move this up? I mean, it may move up. Maybe all the bad news is built in already, and maybe they come out with better guidance or this and that. But I don't gamble like that. Well, shoot, KD knocked me out. Well, made a little bit, not. And I take a look at BTB. Okay, BTB, Bitcoin play. I mean, it's the same thing. I mean, do you believe in Bitcoin? This is a Bitcoin play, right? I mean, it says Bit. I might have got, even though when you look at the profile, it doesn't look like it is, but I think it is a Bitcoin play, right? So the only thing I can say, I mean, I don't know what happened here. I mean, it just got hammered 3 days in a row, all the way down here. Yeah, I mean, the next high, so the next high is 287. I mean, that's far enough away from 230. But did they have any news? So maybe it is not a Bitcoin play. I thought somebody said it. Well, okay. You see, so again, this is a little company trying to take advantage of this all this chat GPT stuff. Okay. I mean, that's the reason. Whoa, look at KPRX. Oh, good grief. Okay. So a lot of these little companies are going to put out little press releases and they're going to say anything to do with chat GPT or generative AI, something like that, the buzzword, probably more of the chat GPT now. So will this last? I don't know. I have my doubts. And it is insanely choppy on a 15-minute chart also. So, but whether you think this press release I had yesterday or today about chat GPT is going to get this thing continuing to move, I certainly don't know. Wow, I missed my entry on the KPRX. Look at this, guys. So now look, wow, I mean 749, that's been left in the dust. A vapor trail right now. All right, Avro is still alive. I mean, it got halted and it got up to 179. It pulled back, but it did not utterly collapse. Yeah, I sort of remember that from the KPRX. Ladenburg or Ladenburg Toolman, I think that's what they are, full name maybe, putting on that crazy price target. Now these guys, Wainwright, they've got a $10 price target. Okay. And this is what you were talking, Ladenburg Thalmann, 119. Why not? Now, if it were Wedbush, yeah, exactly, shady. Well, I'm sure there's some text somewhere where whoever that analyst is from that firm, he has to somehow justify it. Now, whether you believe the guy or not, that's irrelevant. But he has to somehow justify it. KD's right back up. Well, that knocked me out though. So this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, KPRX. I mean, this, you got to look at it. I mean, this is insanely parabolic, that particular candle, but not shortable for me. Well, KD is back up to that level. I don't know. Maybe I'll take a look at it again. What's the spread like? Actually, the spread's pretty good, 2 cents. Okay, guys, again, just internal discussions. PCVX, guys. Look at this daily chart. How ugly is this daily chart for PCVX? Sorry, guys. Again, we're just trying to get to the bottom of a lot of technical issues, and I'm trying to do a little bit of helping here. So I'm somewhat distracted. It's a linear regression channel, Stan, LRC, linear regression channel, as Real just pointed out. Whew, okay, guys, 2:18. So yeah, I'm getting a little bit close to getting myself on mute. Another half hour or so. I'm just waiting to see if this Hoth can move down. It's basically where I shorted it. Whoa, look at AUTL. This is a big wow here, guys. I mean, it's not pretty on the 15, but look at this daily chart for AUTL. And look, okay, so here is the 200 day. That could be a element right there. That's far enough away, but look over here and 317. So look at the gap. Look at the potential void fill. I want to make sure I don't see any highs, 213, 212. I have to heart this one just in case it has a big run tomorrow. AUTL, it's not an earnings play, so it's not because of earnings. Hmm. This is really interesting, this AUTL. Had a nice, pretty nice day. I mean, it's not a huge move. It's only 19 cents for it, but it's just a matter of maybe tomorrow, maybe sometime today. It just takes all of this out, all of this since December. Since December, it's just been kind of moving around, doing nothing. Maybe today is the day it leaves all this behind, and that is the AUTL. Boy, oh boy, that KPRX, it's getting closer and closer to 119. Well, at least it's getting closer to 10 at Wainwright. And a hair away, yeah, 894. What did it get to? Got up to 838. Not in it. I wish I were, but I'm not in it. I was before, but not now. Missed my my entry. Of course it's G. Of course it's AI related. Look what it's got in its symbol. GFAI. Absolutely. Up 42%, 73 million shares. Float is 39 million, so it's going to trade the float, double the float. See, we need a chat GPT to find all the symbols that have AI in their name. This could be wild in the after hours even. If this finishes near the high of the day, you be watching this after hours even. If it doesn't give another collapse, if it finishes near the high of the day, you could see some wildness after hours. I mean, we're already seeing wildness that's up 85%, but even more so. But I think for that to happen, it'll have to finish near the high of the day, in my opinion. Exactly. Wait for all the name change. Well, if they can't put AI in the ticker symbol, but they'll change their name to something AI, like the company name, like Sound AI. They didn't do that. I think I don't know how long they've been SoundHound AI. I don't know how long I don't think they've been SoundHound that long. Oh, come on. I was just saying how, yeah, weren't they, so that's on the 25th, April 25th of last year that they became SOUN. This wasn't Sonos, was it? Oh no, this was a SPAC. This was a SPAC. It happened on the 27th. See, this is what I do like about our news. Okay, we go back a long ways to find stuff. Not so great for, if you're looking for kind of breaking news, it's not so great for that, but I want to go back. It's not a bad little source to go back in time. Okay, guys, I took myself out of the Hoth, HOTH. I've got to be a little concerned. I lost a couple of pennies on it, but that's okay. I've got to be a little concerned because of that float. I don't want to see, all of a sudden some insane volume coming in. So I don't know. For some reason, I thought Sonos changed their name, but no, SONO, still the same symbol. Okay, guys, I'm still a little bit intrigued with the KD in case it has a late day run. hanging around that 1625 mark. Made a little bit on it, but certainly not what I was hoping. So I'm going to stick an alert at 1630 and see if it gets up to 1630 and has another little run left in it. On the weekly chart, I think I said 1665 was the next high. Yeah, 1663 is the next high. Correct. At the normal volume, Calvin, on the average volume that's happened, I think over 10 days. If you look at days to cover the actual definition, days to cover, so just click on it and then click on help. I don't know if you did that already, but all right. Why is it going into, it always wants to go into Firefox instead of, there must be something I've done. I don't want to load Firefox, software updater, instead of going right into Chrome. Pepe? So yeah, so if I bring this in here, yeah, yeah. So yeah, days to cover is the stock short interest divided by its average daily volume. Okay, so I don't know what the average is, if it's over the last 10 days or let's say 10 days. Okay. On average volume, it would take 8 days to cover. Yes. Well, I mean, as it said, yeah. So the lower that number, the more bullish, if you think about it, right? I actually don't use that, but one of the reasons is that, on a day that all of a sudden the stock explodes in volume, remember now average volume could be, I don't know, 100,000 a day. Now all of a sudden the stock is trading 73 million today, you know. So, I mean, I suppose if you're looking at swing trading and things like that, that might be something that might be of interest. But all right, KB or KD, sorry, KD is now making a little bit of a move here, guys. A little bit of a move. Yeah, didn't somebody try to do use it and their Google AI and it came up with some kind of ridiculous answer? Now, whether that's the reason why Google dropped today, I mean, I can't say that, but you know what I mean. I think that was somewhat verified because it's pretty easy unless they changed the algorithm on the fly, so that didn't happen again. Look at this! Look at this one, guys. I mean, this Cal. I'm getting alerted at 10:06. It popped up to 10:06 and came right back down. Why? Look at that float, 787,000 in the float. Again, very risky. Look at how ugly is this on the 15-minute chart? Topping tails, bottoming tails. Okay, guys, before I mute myself, one last look at my homepage and the information that you can get there. All right, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So there's a promo code you can use to get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. If you do take out a subscription, please do the Let's Get Started. It'll take you about 30 minutes, 10 short videos. If you're brand new to trading, this is a great free resource for you. Trading 101. Okay, I think there are about 30 odd videos. If you're new to trading, you've got to practice. You've got to learn a few things before you can dive into this. Daily stock of the day video that I do. Trade of the week, free trade. Excuse me, the free trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. And the education is here. All the education is here. And my scans. Here are my scans that I'm sharing. So as always, if you're going to take on a subscription, I would appreciate it if you use my homepage link and then use my code. The room gets credit. This is a free room. It's free for a reason. Obviously, we have to market the product from time to time. Okay. And also, if you save my link, you can look at my scans and the education section anytime you want. AD, I was hoping you would hold that 25. Let's see. I'm going to give this one more shot and take the trade. I was all set to take it, to be honest. It looked pretty good. Well, I appreciate that, Calvin. No, I'm gonna hang around for a few more days, I think. Hmm. AUTL guys, this is the one that really should watch tomorrow also. I mean, this has got it got that look, you have the 200-day moving average. It's, 264. That's far enough away. And then all these highs up here around 350, between 3 and 350. So, but this is a nice breakout today, maybe. Let's see if it can have a second day continuation. I don't see any reason for it. Verbally binding. Well, guys, the KPRX may not be over. KPRX may not be over. It's trying to hold this 8 level. Not too bad. That's not a red bar ignored, unfortunately. If there's sort of a big top bottoming tail below that green candle, that's probably almost as good. But with these two topping tails, it's hard. And even this one here, in the previous 15-minute candle, again, what does it mean? This price was up to 854, closed down here. I mean, that's a big, big drop percentage wise. You and Real obviously went to the same school because Real's always, anytime anybody says, looks like it's a short squeeze, he just basically says, nope. I'm not into branding things anyway. I mean, whether it's a short squeeze or it's not a short squeeze, I mean, does it really matter what you call it? I mean, if the stock is accelerating higher, yeah, well, want to call it a short squeeze, go ahead. Just for the people who don't know, that never happened. Dax comments, that never happened. But I do appreciate the humor. Okay, I'm going to try something again. Get rid of the browser interface. I'm also going to get rid of the single stock window just for a bit. This is an experiment now. Oh yeah, I don't think we'd want Dan in the room anymore. No, okay, good to know. Okay, KD, you're right back up. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 2:52. So what I'm going to do, I'm here. You can ask me questions, of course, but I am going to be putting myself on mute, and I'll just put this here on mute. But I will pop back on the mic if there is a question. Don't be shy. And I take this time maybe do a little trading on my own and as answer. We get so many emails coming in. So, but don't listen. Don't be afraid to ask questions. Okay. There's a late bloomer, guys. Mastercraft, MCFT is an earnings play. Look at this thing go. Mastercraft Boat Holdings. Look at this thing go right now. Held the VWAP. Big break on the daily. Not an all-time high, 2-year high. It should be watched tomorrow. It might have continuation tomorrow. MCFT. Yeah, Stuart, I mean, whatever you're comfortable with. Even a comment in the YouTube room. Always been a pullback, then trend resumption trader. Find it hard to take breakouts. You're right. I mean, I guess it's an acquired, well, just like playing bounces or pullbacks, that's an acquired skill too. They're both acquired skills. If you listen to Michael last 2 days talking, he said, struggles to find pullback. Well, he can find them, but to trade them. And now with that anchored VWAP, he's trying to come up with a way to make it more systematic. I mean, pullbacks are probably, they make sense to like a lot of people, right? Why would you buy something that's at the high and, isn't it, to me, unless it's got a ton of room looking left, it doesn't matter. But I think it makes a lot of sense for people to look at something and have it pull back to an area and then take it from there. It's not that I don't like it. It's just that I just haven't found a way to be consistent with it. All right, guys, back on mute. William, I'm assuming you're completely out of this GIII now. Boy, this is taking a header with the rest of the retail industry. Big move down off that 15 for GIII. See what sort of, now here is obviously some support down around 13, but little areas it could stall at, but I'm assuming you're not. You mean you're still in it or you're not in it? I shouldn't answer two questions. Okay, you're in it. Okay. Now, what would make you hold on now? Hmm. Yeah, that is a trading strategy, stubbornness. Okay, so I mean, seriously, you're looking at you're looking to see if you can hold on for it to maybe get up to 19 or so. That's where the 200-day moving average is. Okay. Well, I as always wish you good luck. Well, you got relatively close. You got within a couple of dollars of it. Barry is in KD, yes. No, I traded out of it before. Okay, I did trade out of it before, but I got back in when it got back over that 1625. Now I'm just trying to see if we can ride this into the sunset. 1665 is the next high. I mean, it's been kind of choppy, but maybe a 315 to 4, maybe it'll have a nice solid move into the close. But 1665 will be the challenge if it gets that far. Or 1663, excuse me, 1663. Okay, I sort of understand, William. Thank you. Thank, I don't think you're still in IMUX. Oh, Thank may have left. IMUX, IMUX. A little disappointed, didn't get a little bit higher, but not bad. 235 to 3, not bad. Have to wait for the next Wedbush price target. It wasn't high enough, okay? It was only $5. They had to put it at 10 or 15. And I think it might have had a few more legs in it, but I'm kidding, of course, or am I? Yeah, 235 to 3 is yeah, nothing to sneeze at in this market. Well, Hoth, now you are working in the direction I was hoping, but I'm not in you anymore. All right, guys, I think that's about it. If I don't see any other questions, if there are no more questions, I think I'll wrap this up. Guess who's long? Let's see now. So you're going to do that, are you? Let's see. Well, 309. I mean, you would think that $3 will hold it for a bit. Dak. I'm glad you haven't lost your sense of humor. Okay, guys, that is it. That's it for another day. Thanks for all the help, as usual. I'll shut the room down right now. The room will open tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. So have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. And YouTubers, I'll get rid of you now. I shouldn't say it like that. Goodbye, YouTubers. We'll see you tomorrow also.